feel like Elliot's giving me stage direction, and I'm not sure what that means. Thumbs up. I got that one. All right, very good. Thank you. I was only a spectator of the play, so that's as much as I know. Welcome to our internal audit committee meeting, and we are welcoming our representatives from Naraki Smith of a presentation for us. And welcome. You guys can begin. I think I'll ask is we are being recorded for our community members who haven't made it. So as long as the little light is on and this is pointing kind of like right at your center of your mouth, you just push it.
There we go.
There we go. I tested it before. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Nice to see everybody. Thank you. So Dimitri is handing out an executive summary. We're going to do a couple of things tonight. Of course, go over our report, which you have, but just very briefly at this point in time, give you a status for your internal audit function for this fiscal year. I'm Darren Ecabelli. I'm the partner at Naraki Smith on this engagement, and Dimitri Bantaleskis is a director. We have our team that works on this engagement, and of 2 other staff people who assist along the way. So we're going to go over our fund balance report with you in a moment or two, but I just wanted to let you know from a compliance standpoint, with the internal audit function, we are required, and the district is required to have a risk assessment done each year and a cycle review report done, a deep dive look, which is what we're talking about tonight. But in terms of the risk assessment, we are currently in process with that. We wanted to get the ball rolling, so we complete it by the end of the year, which we have a timetable on the first page of the status report for you. So our planning work has been completed. We issued a document request, and we're currently collecting documents. With the help of Olivia's staff, we've scheduled a lot of interviews. Yes.
So this is our community member to the committee. Come on in, grab a seat.
All right.
All I could see was the hat walking by.
Well, it is a Jets hat, so welcome.
No, nobody wants to do an audit of that franchise. Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, it's been a lot of concern with New York sports lately. So with the help of Olivia's staff, we've set up a lot of interviews throughout the district of all the key areas and key individuals working in different departments. And we're in the process of conducting those interviews. Part of our risk assessment also includes looking at prior year external audit, corrective action plan items, which we monitor, as well as looking at our own recommendations from the past and looking at the status of those. So that's all in process right now. When those are complete, we will schedule on-site field work to do testing of areas we select, and then we begin drafting our report. And we are planning to review that draft of the report with management in May, and hopefully be meeting with you to discuss that draft at that point in time. So we're in really good shape to have this internal audit function in compliance for you this year. And just one reminder that when we review that risk assessment, we will then pick the cycle for the next year to look at. Okay. So what we'll do now is field questions and, of course, present our report on the fund balance analysis. We can go through the executive summary, which we have, and, of course, the detail within the reports as well. So I will let Dimitri take the ball with that, and we will get started on it.
Good evening, everyone. So, we have prepared today to facilitate the conversation about the fund balance analysis and executive summary that describes, the work that we have done, but also describe also the results of our analysis. So, we conducted an analysis of the fund balance. The objective was to determine, the internal controls pertaining to the fund balance and the reserves, and making sure that they are, adequate and comply with the district's policies. The audit scope was to look at the fund balance as of June 30th of 2021. We have listed for you the procedures that we followed for this audit. We conducted our planning and our interviews. We have issued our document request. That was very extensive. Regarding the information that is maintained from the business office. We spend a lot of time with Olivia, your assistant superintendent for business. That was very helpful information to understand the process of how the fund balance is monitored and the ongoing process, with the information, throughout the year to come to an accurate number. We were on site, to review records, from your financial system in WinCap, and also internal records that are maintained by the business office regarding, the way that the business office had assumptions and rationales to develop its, fund balance. We analyzed, documents that we requested, and we have listed here for you a sample, such as the audited financial statements, the district's own fund balance analysis, WinCap reports, regarding the budgets, the narratives, the revenue status reports, budget status reports, also state reports regarding state aid output reports, and other reports like budget transfer reports and journal entries. All those information, we analyzed to making sure, what is reported is accurate. Then we also prepared a draft report that you have also available, where we describe the fund balance trends, for the last 3 fiscal years. We also show you information about the fund balance designations. And we also have a fund balance benchmarking analysis, where it's a comparative analysis of the district's reserves and fund balance to other comparable school districts. And then we also have exhibits, attached to the report that describes the procedures, how the budget development, how the budget is monitored and reported, and how the fund balance is monitored and reported as well. Now, as a result of our analysis, our key observations of the fund balance is that the business office has adequate controls in preparing, maintaining, and reporting the various fund balance categories maintained by the district, including their purpose, funding levels, and anticipated future use. So we wanted to explain to you that we have done an extensive analysis, and we believe we feel confident that the internal control surrounding the fund balance is adequate, and the information that you have is accurate, and it's fairly to state that you can rely on them. The business office is following the district's corrective action plan and is actively monitoring the district's unassigned fund balance. As any other districts, that's the district, the business office responsibility to making sure that the fund balance is monitored, and making decisions about its future use. And then the district is appropriately following its reserve plan. So the district has a number of reserves, also has a plan of how the reserves will be funded, and also how it will be utilized. We have spent some time, with the business office, and we have reviewed the plan, and we believe, the district has also adequate controls in, following its reserve plan. So the risk rating, specifically for this area, is low, which is the best risk rating that the district can have in such an area, and our audit opinion is satisfactory. Any questions so far?
So just to clarify the unique language of the auditing world, adequate and satisfactory are good ratings, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes. So if you go to the summary page, and we have inherent risk rating as high. So it, inherent risk means like absent of any controls, or policies, or oversight, or segregation of duties, or any reporting. The risk will be high because you're going to have a high risk that something may be wrong, okay, or may be misrepresented. Now, based on our analysis, and this is our goal, to making sure that the district is on a low risk rating, which means that the district has policies and procedures in place, has adequate controls in monitoring and developing, its fund balance, has good procedures in presenting its fund balance, to the audit committee and to the board. So that's why we have a low risk rating. The low risk rating comes because we believe and we have confidence that the controls are adequate. So as an audit opinion, it's satisfactory. So those, the audit opinions in the internal audit universe, it's like unsatisfactory, means improvement, or satisfactory.
Like a kindergarten report card, sort of.
Yeah, you
Okay.
you got to start.
But to make the analogy to my own life, right? If I just don't worry about, the direct deposit into my checking account and I'm just spending, I have pretty darn high risk, right? If I'm
Sure.
balancing my checking account every month,
Mhm.
keeping an eye on what I have, making sure I don't charge too much to my credit card so I can pay the bill every month,
Right.
I may actually achieve, I consider I'm doing really well. Maybe I even have some left over or I've put some aside in savings ahead of time, right? This would achieve a satisfactory or a low risk rating, and you would consider that satisfactory.
Correct.
In my
Yes.
mind, it's an A plus, but for you, it's satisfactory.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I view it
Thank
almost a little differently. That if you engage in the world of direct deposits and paying bills automatically, then that inherently is risky. And then the question you have for monitoring what's coming in and what's going out, that's the part that you're analyzing that we've received the star of satisfactory
Correct.
and low control risk.
Low control risk. Yes.
Thank you.
It's possible maybe you want to elaborate on the internal controls, right, that prevent things from going wrong. And it's my understanding that overall, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. You have no specific recommendations to the district based on this analysis, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
The report doesn't have any recommendations at this time, regarding the district's internal controls surrounding the fund balance. I would thank you for giving the opportunity to elaborate on the district's internal controls because they're important. From our analysis and from the time that we spent with the business office, there is procedures in place of how the district is developing its budget and also monitoring its fund balance, and this is ongoing. It starts in December. The first cut, but there's ongoing communications, between the business office and the various, buildings and department heads, to understand, what their projections, will be, regarding expenditures. There is ongoing communication also with the superintendent of schools, to make, certain, decisions. And there's also, presentations, done to the board, regarding the budget projections and, on the revenue and the expenditure side and, where the district will end up, for the fund balance. So we have spent time, with Olivia, and we saw there's detailed budget narratives that describe line by line, what the trends have been, over the years, and also what will affect, the projections, for year end. There's detailed notes, identifying, why there's a dollar amount, why there's a projected estimate. We have personally, seen it, and we're actually very proud of the binder and the detail that Olivia maintains, as we will like to see that to be maintained by all of our clients, So it's it's an example like that we would like to share with our clients. The the There is also a monitoring process in place, regarding the reserves. There's another detailed reserve plan where it describes, the business office describes, to the community and to the board, what the reserves are, what is the purpose, and how they have been utilized, and it shows, the trends, for a number of years, like meaning how the reserves have been funded and how the reserves have been utilized. So there's a lot of information, that it's available, that explains, very clearly, how the budget is developed and how the reserves are, maintained. So that's what gives us confidence in the internal controls.
Thank you.
Other questions from my other trustees? Or I'm sorry, I apologize. Other questions from other members of the audit committee?
Yes. So, well, first,
And I'm sorry, Andrew, just because we're video. Yeah, there's a light on, and then this little microphone has to be pointing right at your.
okay.
Red means go. Thank you. Sorry.
Got it. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to attend, inviting me. And Angela was unable to make it today. We did spend some time reviewing this report. And first, we want to thank you so much for putting the time and attention to detail into putting this together. And that is clear. I guess one of the questions that we had, and I guess I think of accounting as, forgive us, inherently backward looking. This is what happened, and we're 100% confident, high degree of confidence that these values that are reported are correct. But something that jumped out at us, and this may be a bigger question, this may be not for you directly, is the obvious trend that the revenues are growing at a much lower rate than the expenses, and so this widening gap or reduction in the fund balance is to an outsider concerning, to say the least. And so when we speak of internal controls, again, quantifying and having confidence in these values is correct. We're comfortable with that. But our first question is forward-looking. Do we see this trend continuing or reversing, or start there? I guess that's the first question, because this gap is widening, does present a major concern going forward.
The overall, you're referring to the overall reduction in all of our reserves and our fund balance.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's a question regarding the district's financial plan in future years. We have looked at the past trends, and the audit scope was to look as of June 30th of 2021. So we have seen as you see trends with the district's revenues and expenditures, and with the fund balance. Yeah. So what Darren was saying is that the fund balance over the period that we have looked at has decreased. So and that's was by design to assist decrease the tax impact to the community. So we do know that over the years the district has made efforts to reduce its fund balance. So that's why there's the revenues are describing the district's state aid and tax levy, but there's also components that happened that example like the tax light the Grandwood Landing Power by LIPA where that's on your fund balance as well, and is also has been decreasing over the years, and that was grant money that the district received to assist the community to reduce its tax impact. So those are decisions made by the board of how to utilize its revenue expenditures, and how the fund balance will be at each year. Right. And there is a corrective action plan by your external auditors, as you're aware, and the district is following its corrective action plan to decrease its fund balance.
Sarah, did you?
Well, I was going to say, like, to Andrew's point, which I appreciate. Thank you. On page 8 of your report, you try to put our fund balance in perspective versus other districts. And so there's no question, at least some other districts have significantly more in fund balance than we do relative to our budget. And the last time I looked at the county overall, our restricted reserves in particular are well below the county average. So in the context of Andrew's question, I wanted to know if you wanted to bring in any of the data from page 8 of this report to elaborate on that.
So, so on page 8, we have, we're showing in comparison where the district is, with other districts, in, Nassau County, with, in relationship, to their budget. So comparatively, you can see, their adopted budget and total expenditures, then, the restricted reserves, assigned fund balance, and unassigned fund balance. So if you see as a percentage wise, the district is at 23.53%. And it's, in a way, it's in the middle of the other comparable, school districts. The highest one that we have seen, is 45% as the fund balance, the total fund balance in comparison to the adopted budget. And then you have others that are much lower, like 9.59%, where that specific district has very minimal reserves. So from a percentage based, we believe that, you're at, we're at the middle, at the average, where, the district should be. The comparison that you may be doing, in the county, like countywide, maybe like it also includes like a lot lower, budgets, which are not, within, the budget that the school district is. So our analysis of the other, 6 districts that we did, we took into consideration, the budget size.
It's representative of comparable size budgets.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
I would also just say to Andrew that I think one of the reasons through transparency is a major reason why we have folks from the community participate in this committee, but also the feedback from someone who is very well versed in these things to highlight that, I think does highlight a challenge at this board. I mean, ultimately, this is a board decision of how we're going to use these reserves and how we're going to plan. And I think that there is a very clear difference of opinion within the community about the benefit and nature of reserves. It seems like your question is one of concern that reserves went from, very rough numbers, 28 million to 23 million over a very, couple of years. And where that leaves us going forward. And we, of course, do face a lot of pressure from folks who are saying, why do you have these reserves? It's our money, give it back. And of course, this chart and your question sort of highlight that having those reserves is part of a long-term subsistence plan.
But I do want to clarify that one of the reasons why the fund balance is decreasing is because we had in there the grant from Marcelino and Levine, which was 5.4 initially. And we've been spending that down. So when you're talking about the corrective action, it's because in the fund balance by law, we can't exceed 4%. And the district exceeded 4% because we had that grant money. So when you're talking about corrective action, it's decreasing the fund balance. So we're at the state level of 4%, which we exceeded due specifically to that grant money.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can I add a point to that? I'm one of the newer members on the board and still grappling with a lot of these issues. One of the things that I've come to understand, though, is that 4% limit is taxpayer money as opposed to the grant money, which is not taxpayer money, right? Our predicament was created because we had no place to put that $5.4 million. So we were forced to hold it in our fund balance. And more expert people in the room will correct me if I'm wrong, but this is I'm finally, beginning to really understand the ramifications of this. So I think it's important for our community to understand, even though we are taking this corrective action, there's a strong argument to be made for it being really questionable, a questionable recommendation by the commissioner, since it is not taxpayer money. It was a grant that we had no other way to manage. And in fact, have to, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to do what we're doing because it eases a point of contention that's really getting in the way of more important things. But I do think it's an important distinction.
A quick follow-up, if I may, and thank you for the explanation. So I think as an outsider, I think one of the challenges is you see a decreasing fund balance, but the question is why? Maybe that needs to be communicated more clearly to the community. Is this planned and expected for X, Y, and Z reasons, or is this because expenses were higher than anticipated, and this was, use of our reserve funds, and thankfully we had that backup. And I think not having a clear answer to that, or maybe there is a clear answer, but maybe it's not as communicated as clearly as maybe we would like, creates a little extra confusion. So that would be, my first comment. I'm not sure if there's anyone that in the room that could maybe address that in one way or another. That would be helpful.
I guess I would say that the challenge of communication within the cacophony of sources and communication channels out there is a continuing struggle in this world.
I think it's been communicated in our audit reports, our external audit reports. And I think if you read the external audit reports, it's stated in there that the reason why we are over the 4% is due to the grant money. But I do want to clarify, the grant money is taxpayer money. It's not, it comes from New York State taxpayers. You're saying it's not particularly
not district
limited
levied
to districts.
taxes.
It's not levied specifically on the
Right.
district, but it is New York State taxpayer money. But that is that there is a plan to utilize the money. The money was given specifically to offset the decrease in the revenue that we received from the LIPA plant, which that revenue has decreased over the years that I've been on the board dramatically. So it was intended to be used for that purpose, and it's being used for that purpose. If we didn't use the money from that grant this year to get down to the 4%, we would take the money out of reserve. So it's coming from somewhere, whether it's coming from our reserves or it's coming from general fund. I don't know that it really at the end of the day there's a decrease, whether it's a decrease in the fund balance or a decrease in the reserves, because what we're talking about overall here is a fund balance and our reserves both going down.
Yes, in the sense that like the current budget will bring the unassigned fund balance down to the 4% level, but there's no question the restricted reserves, which are entirely unrelated to however you want to characterize the LIPA grant money, the restricted reserves have come down significantly over the past several years as well, which is a different concern. And our restricted reserves are now well below the county average. And I think that's a reflection of the various pressures that we're under, including, I mean, outside pressures, but also that shift we got even way back in 2016 when those LIPA properties switched to pilots.
My only point was not whether the reserves are adequate or not adequate. And I think we just heard that the county average may not be the most applicable standard because the county average doesn't take in the difference between the revenues, right? That's the size of the budget. This is a more, this is a look that is trying to take in comparable size budgets. My point was, you're taking the money now we're going down to the 4% in the general fund, but what we've done is not further decrease the restricted reserves that we were going to take that money from. They're down, but they would have been down more. I mean, my point is it's just a different bucket we're taking it out of.
They're all down.
I turn that off. From an accounting perspective, like these sentences we say about accountants are not meant to be veiled criticisms, but it's all very clinical, right? These are just numbers, doesn't matter who or what or where. So from an accounting perspective, they're just the numbers, and they have gone down wherever they're from, whatever bucket
That's my point.
they're in, exactly. But I think the question Andrew is asking about is the trend that they are going down, and where does that leave us, and is there an articulated plan? I think the larger reason that they've gone down recently is because we have just over the period of this analysis exhausted the capital reserve fund for facilities that we've used. So we had that fund balance, we kept them in those reserves, and the expenditure, particularly in the middle year on the chart, I think I'm on page 7 on the chart, shows the outflow of that to those projects. So that money that's been sitting there was expended on the various repairs, the air conditioning, the middle school,
Middle school.
locker rooms, etc. So that's a part of it. But I don't disagree, Andrew, that there has been a lot of pressure to keep those reserves low, and to some degree, the board has responded to that pressure. And I don't disagree, speaking only as a trustee, not as a representative of the board, that is to some degree at odds with long-term financial planning, that might be better to have those reserves going forward. There was a metric once we had heard at this, much of we heard it at a previous audit committee meeting, or if it was printed in one of the kind of state ed or even NISBA guidelines, is that you'd like 3 months sort of operating revenue or operating expenditures or revenues as your benchmark of reserves. That's only one measure. But 23,000 is not 1/4 of $112 million. Yeah, 123. What did I say? 123,000? Sorry, $112 million. Lisa,
Right,
did
that's the comptroller's fiscal stress report. Yeah.
Thank you. Exactly.
I want to make sure we're answering Andrew's question. I feel like we talked a lot about the reserves, and I hope we answered that portion of your question. But I think you also asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, whether there were unintended expenses or whether we had to, pay out expenses that we hadn't anticipated. Was that part of your question as well?
Yes. That
So
is correct.
I just want, and I might not be the best person to answer this because I'm also new on the board, but, I think that, as we go through the budget, every single line is pretty much expected, other than if there was a hole in the roof or something, which we would then, figure out how to, but I don't think there was anything like that in these past few years.
To your
Right.
point, we didn't
Well,
yeah,
we
COVID
did not
response.
overspend the budget, right? That that is not what happened. We make, right, we may have had budget transfers where lines shifted, but it's not because we overspent the budget.
Well, we did. We overspent the budget in 2021, right? Because of COVID, right? We moved $2.7 million. So we did overspend the budget because of an unanticipated
I assumed he
worldwide
meant,
pandemic.
right, I assume he meant accidentally or without controls, not because the board approved an encumbrance from one year to the next, but I could be wrong. He can speak for himself.
Yes, we underspent the first year when COVID first hit us, the year ending in 20. And that extra money was then, rather than go to replenish these reserves, it went directly to safety, education. We had to have much smaller classes. We had to have remote learning. We had to have outdoor classroom settings. So the money was spent specifically for that, which is why, those funds that might have been used to replenish those reserves was used directly for education.
Well, thank you all for your answers and trying to add a little clarity to that. And maybe I inject a little bit of humor, but it's a true story. So many years ago, when I was studying economics, there was a question in the United States if we really had a deficit because it was small. It could have been measurement error, but of course today there's a laugh. The deficit is to the point where it'll never be closed. So it just is a little bit concerning, just as an outsider, for whatever reason, to see this widening right here. And so I think that's something that we need to, as a community, look at, because if this widens next year, I think you start getting to the point where it's going to be increasingly difficult to narrow and bring back, unless the plan is to deplete these reserves, and that's built into this. So a follow-up question. By no means does this have to be answered today, but whatever institution or organization I've been involved with, profit and non-for-profit, when you see rising costs, you give more attention to where they're coming from. So from an internal perspective, I'd be very curious to know, not from the auditor's point of view, but from an internal point of view, those costs, have we given some thought to how those are rising and how those could potentially be decreased, and not draconian and just eliminate buses or something like that, but have we given thought to outsourcing, competitive costs? Have we done a cost analysis? And maybe yes, maybe no, I'm not sure. And that's why I say that that's maybe a bigger question. Rising costs always gives rise to the question, are these costs in line with others? So again, that's probably an unanswerable question now, but that is certainly something that would jump out at myself and Angela.
It might be unanswerable tonight because, as you could predict, it's a complex answer.
Yes.
One that we started to talk about when this budget was first introduced. And if it's okay, I would invite you to come in and sit with Olivia and I, and we'll go through the budget drivers that we experienced this year, and we can look at those historically. But some of the things that you've spoken about, we certainly do look at. And again, there were numerous things that were not included in this budget, for example, because we could not justify those expenses. And I wasn't going to speak, but as long as I am, let me go back to your first point. And it is so reminiscent of conversations I've had in other districts where you need to find the sweet spot for those reserves. You need to find the balance of what you think you need, what the plan is, what the community will accept, and that is absolutely a piece of it. I've had that question asked before, how much do you have in reserves and what's it for? And I think the district has found, I think we've found that or we're on our way to that sweet spot. But the piece I hear from you that I think we're all going to dwell on is, have we communicated that? Have we communicated the plan? And I think that's my takeaway from your involvement tonight. But please give us a call, come on in, and we'll talk to you more about outside of this specific audit report, some of those drivers for the budget.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dolan. And I should mention I did come to the budget meeting. Good. And your presentation some 3 hours long, was actually extremely enlightening. And I would encourage everybody to review that and sit through that at least twice. Once was not enough.
We're trying to get on Netflix. And I do have a tape of it. Elliot, thank you very much. Elliot gave me, not a tape, but a copy of it on a thumb drive. So I know it is something that we can make available to people.
It is posted on the district website. Okay. Other folks from the committee who have questions? Okay. I think my questions were answered. Sorry.
Okay, great. I'm just going to make one quick comment. So you all should be very happy and proud that you can have this level of detailed discussion, because right, there's many ways to look at things, but you have a very strong operations here and very strong internal controls. And being, I'm going to tell the story again, being in New York, right, you might think there's too many auditors. Who's your claims auditor? Who's your external auditor? Who's your internal auditor? Oversight. We're working on a project in Connecticut, and within the first hour of being in this school, public school, we would give them H's on a lot of our risk ratings. I mean, there was zero security at the door. They offered to buy us lunch, which was incredible. The superintendent has check signing privileges, pre-signed in the system, has no idea what's going out the door. There's no claims audit process. It was like we were on another planet for us. And that's where things were 25 years ago, right? And this was only, 40 miles away. And so the fact that you can have this level of conversation, you should be proud of that and confident that you're going to get to the right answer at some point in time. But no one's ever going to agree on everything in one room, but you find that sweet spot, as you said.
Yeah, no, I've experienced the change. When I became a superintendent, it was pre that district to the south of us, whose name I won't mention, that changed everything.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
it has changed drastically. And you're right, there have been moments where we've said, wow, how many auditors are there? But it's not our money. I say that all the time. It's not our money,
Right.
and it deserves to be watched carefully.
And
the days of debit cards for the superintendent, believe it or not, are long gone. And thanks to
Yeah.
the auditing that goes
no, well,
on.
thanks for having us and, accepting all the oversight and everything. It lets you have these conversations. We're there because the superintendent was able to buy a $500,000 boiler system without talking to anybody. And it's kind of in the policy even. So, those things don't happen in New York, and that's so you can have these kind of conversations. So.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
really appreciate the perspective. Thank you.
All right.
Trustee Russo, your finger on the button? Okay. Then anyone else? All right. We're in the shocking position of being a few minutes early today. So thank you very much. I'll call the audit committee to a close, and we will reconvene at 7:45 for our public meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Oh, my old friend. Haven't seen him in a while since he sort of retired. could do that. You could do that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was you.
Okay, welcome everyone. Please note the board convened an executive session tonight to consider discussions regarding proposed, pending, or current litigation, matters leading to the appointment or employment of a particular person or persons, and collective negotiations pursuant to Article 14 of the Civil Service Law. I would now like to call our public meeting to order, and we'll rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we will start tonight with our superintendent, Dr. Dolan, leading us in some very well-earned student recognition.
Great to see a crowd. It really is. I'll follow up on that a little bit more in my report. But we do have a number of students that we're honoring tonight. And I'm going to read a little description of what the awards are. I will introduce the students. And then if you would please come up, we have a certificate for you, which we will give to you. We have a pen for you, a North Shore School District pen. And then we'd like to take a picture with you. So if you'll bear with us, we'll go through these, and not too quickly, because these are important awards. And I want to make sure that you understand how important they are. So to begin with, the Advanced Placement Exhibition. AP 2D Design is a challenging college-level course addressing 2D design principles. Go Ape is an exhibition honoring some of the best advanced placement visual artists on Long Island. This evening, it is a pleasure to highlight the following North Shore artists for their artistic accomplishments and participation in this prestigious art exhibit. Bear with me, I'm going to read three of them with their descriptions, and then we'll invite all three of the students up. They are: Alexa Artale is focused and hardworking. This, combined with her uniquely creative vision, enables Alexa to produce highly accomplished images that express her personal voice. Ava Steele demands a lot of herself, and her artwork attests to her high standards. Ava's diligent work habits, tireless efforts, and fine-tuned talents result in her consistently impressive imagery. And Genevieve Morton. North Shore High School senior Genevieve Morton explores themes of vulnerability in her AP drawing Sustained Investigation. She composes human figures in emotionally charged positions, contorting and cropping them to fit into space. She utilizes expressive gesture, drawing, and emphasizes partial contours to direct the viewer's attention throughout her work. Selecting key areas to develop with form, Genevieve plays with the drawing process in a sophisticated and skilled way. And I apologize, there's four. I didn't look down far enough. There are in fact four. And the fourth one is Leona Seepersad. North Shore High School senior Leona Seepersad explores the relationship between cats and humans in her AP drawing Sustained Investigation. She studies feline anatomy and behavior, as well as the cultural roles that cats have played across history. Working with her own cats, Leona searches for the essential textures and forms, recording details and careful observational drawings. She then creates paintings that illustrate the physical connections between humans and cats using color to express the emotional connections. Could I please ask Alexa, Ava, Genevieve, and Leona to come on up? Next, the New York State Band Association for Middle School. 6 North Shore Middle School students participated in the prestigious NYS BDA, New York State Band Directors Association Middle School Honor Band. These 6 musicians joined 94 other highly skilled middle school students from all around the state, chosen by a merit-based process. The students included Luke Parakis, Wesley Peterson, Olivia Nolan, Katina Pappas, Jax Mordhorst, and Bowen Jin. They rehearsed and performed a challenging program for an audience of family, friends, and band directors. Could I ask those 6 students to please come up? Next, I have the New York State Band Association High School. 5 high schoolers were selected to perform with the New York State Band Directors Association High School Honor Concert Band and Jazz Band. The process of selection is highly competitive as they were among some of the top high school musicians in the state. Students worked with world-class clinicians and performed intensive and quality repertoire with students all over the state of New York. Congratulations to Veronica Frank, Nathaniel Brower, Matthias Bruchfurs, Ariane Vera, and Erica Judd for their outstanding commitment, efforts, and achievement. Come on up for a certificate and a picture. And one more group. I'm sorry, 2 more groups. The American Choral Directors Association Middle School. 8th grader Joseph Hunter is among the most active singers in North Shore Middle School. In addition to his recent accomplishments of selection and successful participation in the ACDA Eastern Regional Honor Choir in Boston, Joseph sings in the 8th grade chorus and select ensemble. Chorus here in the 8th grade ensemble chorus here in the North Shore Choral Department, and has attended All County Chorus. In the theater world, Joseph has played roles in all three of our last three school musicals, including Frozen in 2020, Emma 2021, and Footloose 2022. Outside of North Shore, Joseph is a longtime MYO member and currently sings in MYO Men's Chorus. Joseph, please come up. And one more. American Choral Directors Association, High School. Junior Loretta Nestor had the honor of singing with the American Choral Directors Association Eastern Region High School Honor Choir in February. Loretta was chosen out of a massive applicant pool of high school students from 11 states. The honor choir gathered in Boston for 4 days of intense rehearsal, culminating in the performance of a diverse and inspiring program of music. Loretta, please come up and accept your award. North Shore High School Music Department is very proud of our artists and art department and musicians' hard work and commitment. And three members of our staff are here tonight, and I'd like to recognize them. Director of Fine Arts, Dalia Rodriguez. Middle school music teacher, Dr. Eric Mordhorst. And yes, Eric, I'm going to do it. Eric, who did very well in high school when I was his principal. I had to do it. Had to do it, Doc. And from the high school, Brandon Bromsey. Thank you very much.
Sadly, that isn't all we have on the agenda tonight, because that is so great to recognize the folks in our community and, of course, our educators who are helping our students achieve these heights. But I will return to the business of our meeting with item number 5, which is the approval of 3 minutes for March 3rd, March 10th, and March 17th. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second? Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I wasn't at the March 17th meeting, so I'll abstain as to that one.
Okay. Would you like me to separate out that one? You want to make a motion to separate that one out, or?
I'll make a motion to separate out the March 17th minutes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion of separating out 5C? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any discussion on A and B alone? All in favor of approving A and B?
Aye.
Aye. And any discussion on C, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day when we met? Maria?
Yes. Thank you to Tom for giving up St. Patrick's Day with his family to be with us.
Yeah.
Mrs. Dolan must have gotten some flowers.
I know you postponed the you rescheduled. The Saint was in approval, from what I understand. All in favor of approving the minutes from March 17th? Aye. Anyone want to abstain? There we go. Okay, good. We'll now move on to item 6, which is the approval of the treasurer's report for February of 2022. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Action 7, which are the approval of some budget transfers. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second? Discussion, questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Action 8, approval of the claims audit report also for February of 2022. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And I heard a second as well. Questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Action 9, which is the approval of a resolution authorizing withdrawal from the workers' compensation reserve in the amount of $150,000 to pay for additional and unanticipated workers' compensation claims expenses. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions on this one, Marianne?
I did have a question. One of those claims dated back to like 2007 or 2009. I can't bring it up right now for some reason. But I know it takes a long time to get through Workers' Compensation Board, but I think it was 2009, right? It doesn't matter. It was a long time ago. Was it just resolved?
It was just resolved.
That's incredible. There was no statute of limitations. It was commenced in a timely manner.
Our workers' compensation third party put it all together and they resolved it. It's better for us.
Okay. All right. I trust. I was just curious. It just seemed like even for workers' comp, an inordinately long time.
Thanks, Marianne, and thank you.
They do stay on the books for a long time too.
Okay, good to know.
For the record, the district overall, in a cost-saving maneuver, self-insures for workers' comp. But of course, when you self-insure for workers' comp, occasionally you do have to pay. So that's where we are. Any other questions or discussion on this? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. I'd like to actually make a motion to swap out. I'm going to swap out 12, the report from our SGO, and 10, the report from our actually, I'm going to move up here. Let me start that again. Make a motion to move number 12, report from the SGO, in front of 10 and 11, because 10 is going to be long tonight. And as much as we know you guys appreciate being here, I think Noah and Katie might be served better by heading home. So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of the motion? Great. So with that, we'll move up to our student representatives. Katie and Noah, please take it away. Of course. Thank you. We've never caught you guys off guard before. You're always ready to go. We moved you up a little.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us. We assume that Dr. Dolan would mention the Hello Dolly production in his report, but it would be remiss if we did not start out by sharing our congratulations to everyone involved as well. The production was absolutely incredible, and it was great to finally have a theater at full capacity once again. In our last report, we mentioned that we wanted to do a St. Patrick's Day themed fundraiser. However, we found out that the Interact Club was also planning on hosting a St. Patrick's Day fundraiser to benefit Ukraine, as we were hoping to support Ukraine as well. Rather than running competing fundraisers, we pledged $150 to their cause.
At the last meeting, we also told you we had tasked each grade level of the SGO with presenting at least one idea for an SGO project. Some of the ideas that were suggested at our last meeting were an outdoor movie night, a pizza sale, a school raffle, and a kickball tournament that would earn grades points for sports night. We have our next meeting scheduled for this coming Tuesday, so hopefully we'll be able to begin to collaborate to implement at least one or two of these projects in the remaining months of the school year.
Additionally, student government members will be helping us to assemble teams for the faculty versus student basketball game. Each grade will play one quarter, and the SGO has also been approached about helping with a club fair in May for 8th grade students to visit when they visit the high school. It is crazy to believe that this transition is already beginning.
Today and yesterday, the Tri-M Music Honor Society hosted a mock NYSSMA festival to help younger students practice their solo scales and sight reading in anticipation of the real NYSSMA festival, which will take place in a few weeks. And finally, spring sports have started up once again. As Noah and I are both athletes on the golf team and the track team, we're very excited to have another normal season of spring sports. And we thank the board once again for all of your efforts on making the school year back to normal for us. So thank you all and have a great night.
Thank you. I'm not sure this is the only time we're going to do this, but the play, thank you so much for recognizing it. I think we should have a round of applause for the entire play. It was fantastic. Thank you. Really special from the acting, the dancing, the singing, the sets, the stage, the lights. It was incredible. So again, you guys are welcome to stay, but we appreciate you freeing you up for the night. And with that, I would like to turn to our superintendent, Dr. Dolan, to give us his report.
Great. Thank you very much, President Ludmar. Good evening to everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Board of Trustees. We are glad you were able to join us, whether it's live or virtually. Lots to report on tonight, but before I get to the main event, the recommendation I will make for the adoption of our budget for the 2022-23 school year, I have some other reports, and I'll try to be brief in that reporting to save time for the other important work. I'm very pleased to report that I started the day at the Glen Head School watching some first graders led by Diana Agello present on the solar system as part of an astronomy unit, complete with song and humor. Of course, the kids were great, and we all love watching them, but I was also very happy to see the room full of parents happy to be back in our schools and supporting our efforts. Just like the recent parent-teacher conferences, adding parent faces to those we see in our schools makes us complete. I would be remiss, the students predicted that I would be remiss if I did not congratulate the cast of last week's production of Hello Dolly. Congratulations to the production crew, especially Aaron Braitman, our new director. The entire show is professionally executed and enjoyable from start to finish and completed with great elegance. Thank you. That's one of the songs in the show. Right. Good. Okay. Thank you to the directors, the actors, the dancers, the backstage talent, and the parents and grandparents and staff who offered our students the applause and approbation that they deserve. There are a couple of other items that seem to be placeholders on my comments this year. Let me start with two of them tonight. First, COVID. We certainly as a school, a community, and a nation seem to be turning a corner. The number of cases in our schools, which are reported in my office on a daily basis, are zeros and ones for the last 2 weeks. That's great, and as a result, I'm comfortable in recommending that we end the limited contact tracing that we have been doing. As you may recall, we contracted with Horizon Healthcare to offer some limited services, and that was done in order to free our principals up to do the work they should be involved with. Horizon has been great, but given the diminution in cases, we will end our contractual relationship with them at the end of this week. We thank them, and while we hope we do not need them for this purpose again, we would turn to them if needed, and as they did allow our principals to be principals in the way that they wanted to be. Also on COVID, we hope to begin as early as next week the use of home test kits to clear students for return after they've been ill. The Nassau County Department of Health, our district physician, and our hardworking nursing staff all agree that we can and should move in this direction. Parents will be able to use the kits that we can provide to test their child, and if the result is negative, complete a simple form and return the child and their form to school. More details will be provided on that process next week. Another placeholder I seem to have is an update on the Glen Head Field and the Glenwood Landing front doors. The field at Glen Head, weather has delayed completion of the project, but a great deal of work has been done. The vendor needs about a straight week of good dry weather, and we're hoping to complete it completely over the April break. But field space is available to students, and Dr. Rufer reports that it is more than adequate for now. He's anxious to get the whole field back. The Glenwood Landing doors are still on track for a March 28th delivery. Our plan is to install the vestibule doors immediately and finish the project again, taking advantage of the 7 days that there are no classes in April. The topic I don't frequently speak about, and I don't speak about frequently enough, is the fine work done by CASA, the Coalition Against Substance Abuse. I met with their leadership this morning, and Allison Camardella and Kevin McGilloway, their leadership, do some of the most important volunteer work completed in this community. We will never know if they have saved a life by way of their efforts on educating our youth on the dangers of substances, notably fentanyl this year, but my informed guess is that they probably have. They've encouraged the district to take part in some data collection that will help us understand our secondary students better, and we will be moving ahead in those efforts this spring. Dan Doherty will work with principals on this process, and parents will be advised when it is to take place and given an opportunity to preview any survey that we intend to utilize. As we do so, the concerns of CASA ring in my ears, particularly their concerns about substance abuse, depression, and the impact of the pandemic on the affective health of our students. Their concerns are well-founded and deserve our attention. I'm pleased to report that we have scheduled a date for committee interviews for the middle school principal position in mid-April. We will bring a small pool of applicants to meet with parents, teachers, and administrators, and there will also be a student component to the process. We are right on track to make a recommendation to the board in May. Dr. Zublionis and I have been very impressed by the professionals with whom we have met. I think I mentioned last time we received over 90 applications for the position, which was really astounding and a credit to the district. And we don't worry, we've narrowed that down. There will not be 90 people sent to the committee. I need to thank and again commend Jen Imperial for the stalwart service that she has provided the district this year in her role as interim principal. Thank you, Ms. Imperial. Kindergarten registration continues to grow, and we are at 125 total students, consistent with our staffing predictions and past years. Again, I encourage anyone with a kindergarten eligible child to complete this process such that the child can be a part of all the mailings and orientation activities. Now, to the matter at hand tonight. At some point tonight, I hope that my recommended budget will become the adopted budget for the district for the 2022-23 school year. All along, I've described this as an iterative process, one that I've really enjoyed. And as we've gone back and forth, that conversation has resulted in some changes. And at the last meeting, I made some amendments to my proposed budget based on the conversations that we've had and from information that we've all gleaned. I'd like to review those two changes now and then expand a little bit on one of them. On March 10th, I advised the board and the community that a new tax cap had been released from the district, and in fact, it is now at 2.624. I wanted to explain that I am recommending we stay at the original tax cap presented to the community of 2.49 and not go all the way to the cap. I also recommended a change in the estimated revenues. I recommend not taking money out of ERS and TRS reserve funds, which was part of the original proposal for those of you who were there that night, and instead utilize the remainder of the Marcelino Levine grant, thereby reducing the amount in the unrestricted fund balance down to exactly 4%. The Commissioner of Education recently advised that we try and achieve this, and this action will accomplish that. We have long sought this clear direction advice, and now that we have received it, I recommend we accept it. Additionally, by leaving funds in the ERS and TRS reserves, they continue to be available for use in any LIPA glide path if that becomes necessary. On the topic of reserves, the district has appropriate reserves for a $150 million enterprise, and in fact, we heard that from our auditors tonight. Our reserves are consistent with most other districts and far, far less than some others. An example of their use appears on tonight's agenda, as a few workers' compensation claims have been settled in the last few weeks, and we are able to pay them through the workers' compensation reserve rather than out of the operating budget. Next that night, I turned to the topic of electric buses. I am still very proud of the proposal that we made, and I believe it represented some great forward thinking. However, a number of questions from the board and from the community remained only partially answered, and therefore it was my recommendation that we withdraw the electric bus proposal at this time and the amount set aside for the charging stations of $350,000. I still believe the day is coming very soon when the switch to electric buses will happen, so I further propose that the district not purchase a diesel bus this year, as was proposed, costing $120,000. This will free up a total of $470,000 in the budget. Based on that, my recommendation on March 10th was that the district apply those funds to another project, and the one that I recommended that night was the replacement of the high school gym floor. A thought was offered that perhaps the turf field might be a better option, and we have spent much of the last 2 weeks going over those two options, and I would like to update the board and the community on both of those options now. I do have some slides that I'll be happy to share with you. Let's see if I can do it from here. Probably facing the wrong way. There we go. That one's kind of small, but I will highlight it for you. So when we talked about the turf field versus the gym, there was a lot of debate on exactly how much the two projects would cost. And towards that end, we wanted to answer some questions, and we began with a very preliminary question, and it might sound too preliminary right there, but what is in a number? That is, when we get an estimate for a project to get done, how does that come about? The budget for a large capital project is developed by a third-party estimator that we use. And this estimator works closely with the district and also with architects and engineers to get as much information as possible to create a comprehensive, accurate estimate. The estimate that we are given includes, but are not limited to, the following anticipated costs. And I will enumerate what's up there because I recognize this particular slide is a little tough to read, especially for people in the back of the room. Those costs are costs for architectural engineering services, special consultants as needed, costs for surveys and investigations as needed, project management fees that cover pre-construction, bidding, project award, and project management, the installation of temporary services as needed, bonds and insurance costs related to the project, costs for the actual material and labors needed to complete the desired scope of work, includes prevailing wage labor, costs for environmental services, pre-construction testing, abatement, project management, and lab analysis, costs for special testing by an outside firm for concrete testing, soil compactation, and other inspections, and specialized services and software unique to the work being performed. As dunning as that list is, it made me feel good when I thought about projects that I'd like to do around my own home, because none of those are requirements that we have. That's the good news. The bad news is there are costs associated with each and every one of those. And very often the simple cost of a project is compounded by those. Estimated costs also include the following: conceptual design consistency. That is a percentage of the estimated cost of the project as the estimator is making educated assumptions related to the design, how plans might change over time, how the technology might change over time. If we're not doing a project for a couple of years, we have to take into account that what we are purchasing 2 years from now might not be what is available on the market today. Construction contingency, a percentage of the estimated cost of the project. The estimator is making an educated assumption related to the construction of the project. And finally, escalation. In some cases, the project that is being estimated, again, will not start for 1 or 2 years. There needs to be a provision for material costs increase, project material delays, COVID-related issues lately, and labor costs increase. And if you remember way back, those of you that joined us on my very first budget presentation, we mentioned that those were two of the variables that we needed to be most aware of this year: the increasing cost of labor and of course, inflation. So there were 2 projects that we were investigating as possibilities. One was the replacement of our turf field. Now, I've received so many questions, and again, I'll probably say this again at least one more time tonight. I love this process. I do love the process of presenting, and then over a period of a week or so, getting questions, getting emails, meeting people, having questions asked. And I have to tell you, every one of those does inform the process. It does move it along. So one person that I spoke to thought that we were proposing a new turf field, and that was not the case. What I heard that night, and I since confirmed, is the idea of replacing the turf field that we have now. And some concerns were raised about the condition of that field. We've done some homework. The field turf manufactured XM60P synthetic turf field was installed in the summer of 2012. And there you see, if you've ever seen it, there's a picture of turf being installed. It's almost like, please forgive me, it starts as a cheap carpet. It really does. You know, it just looks like something that you can't believe is going to end up being a playing field. And it comes off a roll just like that. The work crews usually come from another work site, and they've installed another field the day before, and they are expert at what they do. The date of substantial completion for the field was March 1st, 2012. Now, the company we use, the product we use, Field Turf, offers a third-party warranty for 8 years. The warranty period started on March 1st, 2012. I know you've all just done the math. You've discovered that the warranty for the field is over. The warranty expired on March 1st. The field remains in use to date. The synthetic turf has served us well. To date, the only issue we had on the field was the damage caused by Superstorm Ida. Nice to say Ida instead of Sandy. Superstorm Ida. And that happened only this fall. If you remember, it caused us to cancel our very first football game. Land Tech got down here. They did complete the repairs. We were able to use the field for the rest of the season for football, thankfully. The only other costs related to the field were related to the professional grooming that occurred 1 to 4 times a year, depending on conditions. By grooming, what we're referring to is once that field is put down, it's imbued with pellets. The last time that I've seen it done, it's these little tiny rubber pellets. Now, any of you who have athletes, you've had those pellets in your home, and I know that because they make their way into sneakers and the bottom of sneakers, into the cuffs of pants, and we'd like them back. But we understand. When we do a field eventually, you have to come and watch it. It is a fascinating process, how they put those in there, and suddenly this flat grass pops up. Now, March 1st, 2022 marks 10 years that the field has been in use. The manufacturer, in fact, gives us an idea of what that means. And this can be found on the website that's listed right up there, fieldturf.com. How long does a turf field last? The industry standard is to provide an 8-year warranty on all synthetic turf materials. However, due to Field Turf's unwavering dedication to quality, we're able to showcase the largest amount of fields that have lasted well beyond their warranty. We have fields that have lasted 10, 11, 12, and even 13 years. They have more fields than all of their competitors combined. Their product is one that can last well into that 13th year. We did request an opinion letter from Landtech, our surf maintenance company. They've not provided it yet. As soon as I get it, I will provide that to the board. We were seeking their opinion on the current condition of the synthetic turf field and when they felt it should be replaced. Because we did not receive that letter, we embarked upon a different investigation. And that involved John Hall, our director of facilities, Don Lang, our director of athletics, and me wandering around the field and taking a really up close and look at what our field looks like right now. So there you see three pictures. And all the way on the right, the one closest to the back of the library, that's a sideline area that's out of play, and it's virtually brand new. We have not played on that surface, and that's why it looks like it looks. Right in the middle, you've got an outer area of play, moderate use, and all the way on the left, heavy use, the wear area. That's what you would find right in the middle of the field, right on the 20-yard line. You can see the way that the field does progress. It does change over time. Here's a couple of pictures up close of items on the field that might give people concern, that yellow line, and then the area right in the middle. There is some wear area near the goal location. It was pretty easy. I have to be honest. It was pretty easy when we went on the field to say, gee, where do you think we're going to find the wear and tear? It's on the goal line. It's in that area. It's at both ends of the field where most of the play takes place. And up on the upper right, you can see that there is a scuff mark on the field. And there are a couple of those, but we had to look for them. The field is in pretty good shape. I will tell you that I put it to Don Lang, Eric Contreras, and John Hall, and it was an email that I sent to them this week, and I said, is this field playable? We need to ask ourselves this question. Is the field playable? We've heard concerns, and we owe it to the community, and honestly, we owe it to ourselves that if we thought that this field is unplayable, that there's an unhappy prospect that we would have to consider. And I have to tell you that Don Lang, who's a pretty soft-spoken guy, sent me just about the most assertive email that he's ever sent me in answer to that. Our turf is 100% safe, and in my opinion, there are years of life left. Talk of having to replace the turf is premature at this point. People might want to look at what other turf fields look like. And these are the thoughts, Don Lang, from someone who has walked on many fields. So Don did weigh in on that. I thank him for that. John was in my office this morning talking about the turf field. It is safe to play on. There have been some injuries, and as a result, we consulted with our trainer. We have a trainer who, in fact, works for Northwell. He's not a district employee. And we asked him about injuries, and he said the turf itself is not what's causing the injuries. Interestingly, and I never would have thought of this, one of the things that causes injuries frequently in high school sports is practicing on one surface and playing on another. There is a difference between grass and turf. And when you go from practicing on grass, playing on turf, or vice versa, there is a predilection towards injury when that happens. So, that's easy. Let's just turf the whole place, right? But that's not easy because we still have to talk about numbers. And again, I apologize for the size of this. I'm going to go forward because I think that one's a little bigger, but not much. I will share with you some of the numbers. Let me go back. And on the very bottom of this page, you'll see a number of $600,000 for the playing field and paving total. That is page 1 of the estimate. That's the baseline, and anybody who would like this, I'd be happy to make it available. It does detail the various costs, what it would cost to take the field out, put it back in. It does not take into account the fact that we might be able to recycle some of the materials. That we would not know until after the fact. That was something that we asked about, and yes, there might be some money coming back, but we really won't know that until we actually do it. Here's page 2, and that's where the cost comes in. And again, I'm so sorry these numbers are as small as they are. they might be low, they might be high, but our estimator does do a good job, and he is very serious about the work that he does. And the lower right-hand corner here represents a number of $1,269,873, about $1.2 million to redo the field. Now, that takes into account all of those other costs that I listed before that we as homeowners don't have to pay, plus a profit margin, which I'm telling you right now, there's a line right here that says profit because the company certainly expects to make money for having done it. So as we looked at this project, plus or minus, we're in the $1 million range, $1.2 million. That's about what our estimator tells us it would cost. Let's take a look at the other project, because there was another one that was being debated, and that is the gym floor replacement. I hate this picture because you look at this picture and you think, well, why would you replace that? That's our gym floor, beginning of the year, polished, shined. I mean, we do a great job, and each year that any gym floor starts, it's its best day of the year. That's probably about August 30th of this year, because the fact is, the existing gym floor is, by gym floor standards, considered old. Now, I say that with some reluctance because the gym floor is 65 years old. So am I. And when I read phrases like ending its useful life, limited usage, I don't know. I wasn't happy. But the gym floor is, in fact, 65 years old, having been installed in 1957. It's served us well. To date, there have been no major issues. On occasion, we've had to replace some deteriorated floorboards. This only happened once in John's 17 years here as director. The only other costs related to the gym floor are the annual in-house screening and finishing and the occasional professional sanding and refinishing. The way you get a gym floor to look like that is you sand it down and then you put a surfacing condition on it to get it to shine like that. However, we're at a point in this gym floor's life where we can no longer sand and refinish the floor, as another professional sanding will make the boards too thin. The athletic department reports that there are already dead spots on the floor impacting the momentum of play. It's tongue and groove construction, so you got these boards that fit together, and the risk that you run if you sand it down again is if it gets too thin, one will pop up. You can't have that. We would not be debating the safety of it if we had boards that were popping up. We would know that it was unsafe to play on. That's the page I just read. I apologize. I should have advanced to that. That shows the installation of the floor, or actually repair of the floor. More on the gym floor. While we've enjoyed relatively issue-free use of the floor, it is at the end of its useful life. 65, end of its useful life. At a point in the near future, the gym will be due for professional sanding and refinishing, which cannot happen. We may see a failure that results in cracked boards, chipping finish, or buckling boards. There's a website there. These are easy to remember. When to replace a gymfloor.com. If you want to take a look at that, and it does describe. You always want your athletes playing on a gym floor that's safe to use and durable. Old gym floors can also affect performance. For instance, humid gym floors and those with dead spots can cause a loss of momentum when the ball is dropped. This is one of the telltale signs that it's time to replace your gym floor. From Don, we asked Don, how's the gym floor? There are multiple dead spots, and patched-in repairs are impacting play. The years of sealing have made the floor more susceptible to the floor finish becoming damaged when tape is pulled. I'll show you what he means by that in a minute. This causes a situation of uneven traction and makes it more of a safety concern. The lack of gym lines ensure that there will be more tape going down, exacerbating the issue outlined in number 3. When the gym floor is installed, it comes with the lines. You can ask for basketball lines, volleyball lines, and because there's multiple colors, you can ask for other color lines also. And if you ever look at our turf field, you'll note that there's multiple color lines. That's so that you can play lacrosse, soccer, field hockey, all different fields, but you can all play them on the same surface by using different colors. And if you ever go to a game, the first thing you'll hear a ref say on one of those fields is, play the red or play the blue, whatever color they're using for that particular sport. For a school that takes pride in our athletics, and we do, the court design is faded and dated. A new wood floor would greatly improve our physical education and athletic programs by making it a safer court, adding lines for class and training purposes. So it would actually enhance instruction as well as athletics. By adding ladders and dot drills, we could allow students to train footwork in a safe, monitored way. We are seeing an increase in traction issues that we believe are related to the layers of floor finish that accumulate during the required annual refinishing. A letter from Milburn Flooring that we requested an update, March 23rd, 2022. Essentially, I've learned from this letter most of the things that I've reported to you. Again, any of these documents that I have here, first, I will certainly make them available to the board, of course, but I'll be happy to share them with the public. Wood floor this age is swaying, bending, shifting, buckling under your weight. Sport activities are compromised. Dead spots are constantly mentioned. Let me show you some pictures because, again, we walked the floor. So on the left, you see the different color on the floor. That's the location of a repair, because when you repair a 65-year-old floor, if you repair it with something, the color is going to be different. And there you see, sure enough, the color on that wood is different. On the right, that's the paint. In basketball, right under the basket, the 3-second zone. I'm sure there's another name for it. You can see that the paint is faded in certain areas. So the remedy for that is sand it and paint it. But we can't sand it and paint it. So we would have to live with that faded paint. Also mentioned was when you remove tape. Left-hand picture up at the top, you can see, you pull the tape up off the floor, but you can't get all the tape up off the floor. What's the remedy? Sand it. I'm going to start doing audience participation. Why can't we sand it? Because it's too thin. We can't do that. And also in that picture, see that gap between boards? That shouldn't be there. There should not be gaps between boards. You can also see that in the center picture. Now, one thing that if we do choose to do the gym floor, we will also be including something called the Safe Path System sensor pads. You may remember several years ago a tragedy that took place in a school in upstate New York where as the doors were closing in a gym, they actually compacted a student. I believe the student died. There was legislation passed then to make sure that couldn't happen, usually a multiple key operation. That is, you have to have 2 keys, one at each end of the gym. If one person lets go, it stops. This is another system that if anybody's standing on that, you can't move the walls. And that is where a student would be at risk. So if a student's standing there, the walls don't move. That would be part of what we'd be installing with a new gym floor. We would not be doing the bleachers. That would be an added expense. But in fact, the letter from Milburn recommends that we do that separately. So the cost. I'll jump to the bottom line, and you can almost see it. The estimator came up with a cost which is more than what the cost was as recently as 2 years ago. It's a cost of $647,000. I will address that cost in just a minute in terms of why I think that's attainable and the 1.2 for the turf might not be. So let me finish my presentation, and I believe we're going to have an opportunity to talk about it in a minute. In summary, I would love to recommend doing both. I would love to say gym floor and turf. I think that would be great. Some of you heard me say this. I consider going to athletic events around here a fringe benefit of the job. I love watching our athletes compete, and boy, if I was going to pick a year to do that, I picked a great one this year between our basketball success and our football success. I also think that recommendation would be well received by the community. But I can't do that responsibly because I just do not see the revenue there to support both. The gym floor is more than what we budgeted for the electric buses. However, Olivia and I believe we can stretch the budget to cover the estimated cost, and that is about $180,000, $200,000 stretch. I thank Olivia for her ability and her flexibility. I am not confident there's enough stretch there to cover even a modest estimate of what the turf field would cost. And that's what led to my recommendation on the 10th and what leads me to continue that recommendation. I still think, and subject to the conversation by the board, and I'll be happy to answer questions, I think that is still a good choice. Not to say we don't have to do the other one eventually, but I think the gym floor is what fits best into this budget. I also remind the community that this is not the only money we spend on athletics. Uniforms alone were budgeted at over $25,000 in 2021, a couple of years ago. Don spends what we give him, and he does his best to treat all teams well. So I called him today and I said, Don, could you use more? And he said what I didn't want to hear. He said, yes. I wanted him to say, no, I'm good. But he said he makes do with what he's given. If we gave him more, he'd spend more. But he does have a cycle of replacement. He's confident that he can take care of all teams, men's teams and women's teams, middle school and high school. All budgets represent a balancing act in this arena, and we do our best to juggle all these multiple needs. A public service announcement in this area also. I always sign my name to messages that come from me. I'll also let you know that if a message comes from the district, you will recognize it because we'll have an address from North Shore Schools. Other messages that are sent out, those where no one identifies themselves or from an address other than ours, needs to be considered carefully for motive, and I would ask you to do so. We will always own what we propose, and that goes for this budget proposal too. In closing, I will be recommending this budget to the board for their consideration and hopefully approval. As I do so, I remind everyone of its greatest hallmark. It maintains every aspect of our program, one that is enviable, and does so without increases in class size, without reductions in services to students, or other economies that impact students. It continues our mission. It also contains some minor enhancements that we can be proud of. We've also added, at no additional cost, some additional dual credit courses at no cost to the budget, that will expand opportunities for students and save parents money in the future. In that way, it advances our mission. I thank Olivia and the business office for their hard work, and I thank the board and the community for the questions they've asked and the information they've added. They've made, you and the board and all of your questions have made this a stronger budget. I'm proud to recommend it and proud to put it up to the board for recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. The trustees will reconvene. We will discuss these issues regarding the budget when we discuss the budget adoption.
Yep.
Not now, because this is not a discussion point. But we all will reconvene, and then we'll move on with the agenda. Okay? The next item on our agenda is the update on the superintendent search. So I did prepare a couple notes on this. School Leadership is our consultancy that we have been working with, which fielded applications from scores of folks. They pre-interviewed many of them, and narrowed it down to a select group of very qualified candidates. The trustees, the ones you're looking at here, we met for about 9 hours on Saturday, which we thought was going to be a rainy day. It ended up being really nice, which is kind of a bummer, but we were there all day. For those of you who watch these board meetings, you may be surprised to hear that we spent 9 hours together and actually had, in my experience on this board, one of the most productive, collegial, well-prepared conversations with my fellow trustees. I want to thank all of you for the research you did, for the integrity of the process that you undertook, and it was a really, really productive day. We are nearing the end of our search. We believe we are almost there, and we are looking forward to presenting a new superintendent to the community in April of this year, which is not far. So with that, I will wrap up that
Dave,
report.
I'd like to make a motion. I'm sorry. Finish up. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. Let me just get back to my agenda here. Yes, I'm sorry, please.
So I just wanted to make a motion for the next item, item 13. Is
Yes.
now the time? So we will be adopting the budget after, discussion. And I thought that we could maybe move public comment or maybe add a specific public comment about the budget so that the community has the opportunity to, give us their feedback about the discussion before we adopt.
That's great. If you want to make a motion, just let me know if you want to move it or you want to have a second period.
I think maybe a second period, just budget specific. So this way we're focusing on the budget.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay.
We're doing it, we're moving it though before.
I believe the motion is to do it right now,
Right.
but we have to have discussion about the motion. Sorry, the process. We have a discussion about the motion. Is anyone who has any questions or comments about the motion of adding a second public comment period now? Trustee
So-
Muska?
Yeah, just want to clarify so that the period that would happen now, if we vote that it should be limited to comments about the budget, And then there will be another public comment at the point that is listed in the agenda, and hopefully no more comments about the budget.
Well, we certainly could have more comments about the budget
Okay.
at that point.
Right. So
but-
anything goes, but it won't obviously have been taken
Stop
into.
short of anything goes,
Sorry.
but yes.
Really dangerous words these days. Sorry.
But yes,
They will not. There are things that will not have been taken into consideration.
that is my understanding. Lisa, that was your intention?
That was my intention.
Okay.
I will say the anything goes is item number 14.
Anything Goes is actually my senior play. If we're gonna go back there. So, all right. Probably. So, any other questions or comments on that before we take a vote on having a second budget-only public comment session? All right, all in favor? Aye. Okay, with that, we will have a impromptu but properly motioned public comment on budget only. If anyone would like to come up and speak about the budget, anything that any public comment, please feel free. Sorry, just when you are up there, please just give your name and town of residence.
Sure, thank you. My name is Brendan Mitchell. I'm the father of a third grader and fifth grader at Seacliff Elementary. I promise this is about the budget. I get there eventually. I do think it's important to note that I also serve as a principal of a large comprehensive high school on the South Shore of Long Island. I have a bachelor's degree in English education, a master's degree in curriculum and instruction, and a doctorate in interdisciplinary educational studies. I was an English teacher for 15 years, and I've served as a principal for the last 7. I mention this not because I want a job, I promise, but quite simply, my entire life has been spent in education. Now, I chose to live in North Shore School District, like so many other educators, because I recognize the community and a district that gets it when it comes to 21st century education and what it should look like for our children. And I'm not going to walk through the school profile right now, where you can see the unquestionable data that speaks to the quality of education that the entire district provides for our students. And I'm not going to provide my personal anecdotes, but I could, about the intensity to which it feels like my students, my children, are getting the personal attention that they need to succeed academically and develop as innovators and inquisitive learners. I hope there's no question here tonight about all that North Shore provides. Now, the budget adoption process should be a time of spirited debate and discussion, input from the board members, of course, and of course us, the members of the community. However, I'm speaking here today to ensure that each board member takes a step back from any misplaced vitriol connected to the pandemic, to remember, truly remember, what it is that a North Shore school education represents. I'm speaking here today to ensure that each member of this board does not work under the assumption that certain emails being sent to the community represent the vast majority of us. These self-serving emails show a complete lack of understanding of how the school budgeting process works. And I'm happy to talk about fund balances and Moody ratings if we think that's necessary, but I don't think it is. Perhaps more troubling, the accompanying FOIL requests, of which we are costing us, the taxpayers, the FOIL requests that are costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've yet to see that addressed from this group whose platform is supposedly based on fiscal responsibility. Additionally, I would like to ask all of us that we consider the upcoming budget, that we don't conflate our feelings on the last 2 years of COVID, mask mandates, and vaccines. I know and appreciate this was an incredibly polarizing subject, and for the board members specifically, this was difficult. Please don't jeopardize the fiscal standing of this special district on your feelings about the state, the governor, the board. It's been an incredibly difficult 2 years, but I caution, for the sake of our children and the years ahead, that you should approve this budget. Please know that I, along with countless others, have faith in the North Shore schools. We have faith in the North Shore administration, and we have faith above all in the North Shore teachers to continue to deliver the education that makes us one of the strongest public schools in the country. And it is my sincere hope that this board will continue to have the same faith with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the budget window. Sorry. I don't know if you're getting up or just. Sorry. Everyone's welcome.
Probably not going to agree with me then. Thank you. Paul Pascolja from Glen Head. I will also eventually get to the budget at the end of my remarks. The gentleman before me talked about FOIL requests. There's been a lot of discussion about FOIL requests. So I wanted to talk about FOIL requests and how the district handles FOIL requests. So I thought I'd start with Mary Ann. Mary Ann, in your capacity as a board member, you wanted to get some information on test scores. In that capacity as a board member, did the district administration require you to submit a FOIL request for the test score information?
Paul, we don't, in general, ask questions directly of trustees. I understand that you're obviously a plan you have here, but that's not what we're doing here.
Well, the board policy says that I can ask a question to a board member, but you have to give the okay for the board member to respond.
That is not.
Yes, that's the policy. So are you not giving Mary Ann the opportunity to respond?
Paul, you're here to talk about the budget. The
I'm gonna
goal
get
is
to
not
that.
to turn that podium to political thing to try to drive division in this board. We just spent 9 hours on Saturday working together as a board. I know that there's a specter of politics out there, but can we just talk about the budget? Because that's what the motion is made for.
I'm going to talk about the budget.
Hold on. I'm in a difficult spot here in that I don't want to engage in rancor. I don't want to engage in division.
Then just let Mary Ann answer.
But I am also, as part of a sworn oath that I've taken, both as a trustee and as president of this board, charged with running a business meeting of this district that follows Robert's Rules of Order. And that's what I'm trying to do here. You have the opportunity, everyone watches the videos. You've had every opportunity to speak at these meetings, and you continue to have those opportunities.
And I'm here speaking.
And so continue speaking. This section, as you heard, because you were here, is about the budget. So please continue.
Okay, so you're not going to allow Mary Ann to answer the question?
I think I just answered your question, Paul.
Just answer yes or no. You're not going to allow her to answer the
Please
question.
continue, Paul.
Okay. I will answer for Mary Ann. Okay? Mary Ann was required to submit a FOIL request for information on test scores. She submitted her FOIL request, and the administration gave it to the district lawyers, and the district lawyers responded to her FOIL request. So I am not the only one who has FOIL requests that the district attorneys answer. I also wanted to address the district's email on appeals as well, so everyone understands.
Paul, again, I'm just going to say, I obviously can't stop you physically, but there is a second public comment section for all of these things, and you're very welcome to have.
This is about the budget.
Great, please continue.
Okay. So everyone understands that an appeal is a complaint. The only way a resident can make a complaint about the school district is to file an appeal with the New York State Education Department. The New York State Education Department requires a particular legal format to file that complaint. I'm not a lawyer, but I learned how to file those complaints in the format that the New York State Education Department required. The district didn't need to use legal counsel to answer my complaint. I didn't use a lawyer. You didn't need to use a lawyer. If you were confident in your position, you wouldn't have needed to use a lawyer. The last appeal had some very important information in it, and I would like the appeal decision to be written into the minutes of tonight's meeting. You could either take it from the New York State Education Department website, or I have it in hard copy. If
Just you guys leave it there. That's fine. Thank you.
Put it into the record tonight. The appeal had some very important information. I think I'd like the decision to be, as I said, in tonight's minutes. First, the appeal says, and I quote,
Well, hold on. Again, in maintenance with the rules of the meeting, the audience does not have the participation element to this. So
Great, thank you.
But again, we are talking about this budget that we are adopting.
I'm getting to the budget.
But
So
just-
nevertheless,
just
it is settled doctrine that appeal will be entertained when there is a controversy is of a character which is likely to reoccur, not only with respect to the parties, but with respect to others as well. Accordingly, I decline to dismiss these appeals as moot to the extent that the petitioner seeks relief other than the return of taxpayer funds because the appeals raise important legal issues concerning the deposit of funds in reserve accounts, which affects all districts and taxpayers statewide. Dr. Dolan, this appeal was not dismissed on the merits, as you said in your March 10th meeting and written in your email to the community. Secondly, the appeal says, I have reviewed the documents submitted by North Shore, and I'm compelled to comment therein. An independent audit commissioned by North Shore revealed that North Shore exceeded the 4% limit of real property tax law as of June 30, 2020, the end of the fiscal year. While North Shore asserts that its original plan was to deposit these amounts into reserve funds authorized by law, it did not do so. Further, it only decided to devote this money to COVID-19 related costs in August 2020, well after the tax levy. North Shore then backdated these transfers to the end of the fiscal year in what can only be viewed as an attempt to circumvent the 4% of real property tax law. While the assistant superintendent claims that such backdating transfers after the tax levy is common practice, North Shore has identified no law that contemplates this procedure. The commissioner went on to say, I therefore admonish the North Shore District to review its budgeting practice and comply with real property tax law. I'd like to thank the district and the BOE for reviewing your budgeting practices and making the necessary changes to get to the 4% limit, as the commissioner said. At your March 10th meeting, you did that. That was great, and now you're in compliance with real property tax law. You did it in this budget cycle, so I thank you for doing that. My last point on this is that had North Shore just followed real property tax law, as its auditors told you since 2014, there would be no legal costs. I can only encourage the administration and the Board of Ed to do so in the future. So my final point is I'm thanking you for taking the advice of the commissioner and getting the budget to within the real property tax limit of 4%. Thank you very much.
I'm pleased that it has been clear that, what we're doing by way of this budget is complying with this long-standing expressed concern about that 4%. We will be at 4%. But I do need to address a couple of things about that commissioner's decision. It is a public document, as Mr. Pasculjan said, and I encourage people to see it. I don't have the whole thing in front of me, but I have several pages of it. And it does indicate that it was dismissed on the merits, as well as some procedural issues, which I agree. Sometimes these things are difficult to fill out and complete, and if you leave things out like names and signatures, they can be dismissed. But it was also dismissed on the merits. Interestingly, the commissioner, in writing that she felt compelled to address certain matters, failed to look at the transcripts that were submitted on our part. Now, I got to be clear. We're not going to start a new debate with the commissioner. We are going to comply with this advice that we've been looking for a long time. Very clear now. We got it. We're doing it. It is my recommendation to the board anyway that we're going to do it. But the commissioner's compulsion to comment, unfortunately, used a number of words that appear nowhere in any of the affidavits that we completed, including the phrase backdating. Nowhere is there an acknowledgement on our part that we've ever backdated a document. What the commissioner acknowledges later on is that because of COVID, because of the unique circumstances of COVID, there were some opportunities for districts to amend their budgets. But in point of fact, unless this board were to meet at midnight on June 30th of each and every year, of course the board is going to have to look at financial records that have already passed. You're going to look at something in July of 2022 that may have occurred in mid-June of 2022 as well. And again, unless you meet at midnight on June of 2022, and unless all of our books were closed by then, which they are not for several months, of course there are going to be amendments made. But that phrase backdating is one that was never used in any of the documentation, not in any of the affidavits that we submitted, and does not appear. The commissioner, who felt compelled, that is correct, she said she felt compelled, introduced that phrase, which we do take offense at, but we are not going to quibble because we are going to comply with the law, and easily and happily.
Yeah, I do have it in front of me because I know where to look for these. I've been looking at them quite a bit, and I understand, that there's a lot in there and it's a lot to do. But if anyone wants to type in New York State Department of Education Commissioner's Appeals, you can find it pretty easily. And I am going to read a sentence. Additionally, Petitioner Pasculjan, this is from the State Education Department website. Additionally, Petitioner Pasculjan has failed to demonstrate that the expenses for which the budget transfers were being applied did not arise out of the 2020 budget. Consequently, petitioners have failed to carry their burden of establishing the facts upon which they request relief. That's the merits. Now, I would also say, apropos of what we discussed earlier with the construction projects, I remember very well when I moved into my house, there was this ceiling that was like 8 inches below the other ceilings of my house. And I was always curious what was going on in there. And so one day my wife and the kids went out to a movie, and I went up there with a crowbar and took apart that ceiling because I had to see what was going on in there. That resulted in 6 months of not having an upstairs bathroom, skipping forward. And that's a risk that I can take with my own home, Paul. That's not a risk that this district can take with people's money. As fiduciaries of taxpayer money, as Tom said, it's not our money. So when you file those FOIL requests, we can't just file them ourselves and fill them ourselves and then be subject to the same, potential pitfalls of not filling out our names and not doing the paperwork. We have an obligation to people of this district to do things in the right way. And unfortunately, that is costly. It is a very frustrating thing for me as a small business owner who can launch a product line because we're going to go ahead and do it, and just do it, as opposed to here where you need estimators and you need planners and you need state education approval and a million other things that make municipal building projects and law a lot more complicated. But that's responsible management of this district and its funds. And so we do stand behind that, unfortunately. And I shouldn't say we stand behind it, unfortunately. We stand behind it proudly. It is unfortunate that we have to do that, but it is the law and we comply. Paul, I give a lot of leeway. Okay, thank you, Paul. We will now, other questions on the budget? If there be questions, comments, questions, just all we need is your name and town of residence.
I'm Mike Conklin. I'm the president of the North Shore Athletics Booster Club. I'm from Greenvale. I just wanted to make a quick comment budget-wise, and I have a question for the superintendent. I applaud the suggested change in the budgeted items. I would love to see the floor done. My only question with that is, Doc, how far away were we from also including the bleachers that are in the gym from getting done? How big a number was that?
A few $100,000 more. But honestly, Mike, when we took it to the estimator, there's some merit to doing them separately. We would have to reinstall the bleachers, but he believes that there is some merit to doing the project separately. But in direct answer to your question, it was several $100,000. I'm looking for John to putting him on the spot. Okay, he's shaking his head. All right, so I'm in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Please.
To adjust the mic, I'm a little shorter than everyone else. So my name is Sean Traeger. I'm a resident of Glen Head. We've moved to the district about 8 years ago. I have a son here in the high school, a daughter in Glen Head Elementary, and another daughter that will be in the schools in about 2 years. So all of that said, I've had kids in the school for the last 8 years and will have them for the next 12 years. I want to thank the board first and foremost for their tireless and probably thankless work on the budget. And secondly, I do want to thank all of those that have debated this issue tirelessly online, on football fields, on soccer fields, on social media, and otherwise, because debate is healthy. As we saw with the turf versus gym floor, it makes sense to review all the details and come to a proper conclusion. That said, I'm pro-budget and pro-school, in large part because we've had such a positive experience here, and I wouldn't necessarily want to affect change that could adversely affect that. I mentioned that I have a son who's in the 10th grade here at the high school. We moved from Manhattan to North Shore about 8 years ago, in large part because my son is on the spectrum, and we weren't necessarily getting the services that we needed in New York City. So, long story short, we are a success story of North Shore School District. We had such a positive experience that my son, when we moved here, was selective mute. If you were to address him, hey, Parker, he wouldn't necessarily talk to you. And now, tonight, he's in the school in the chorus room with a men's a cappella group singing for Men Aloud. He was in the musical this past Friday, and he's doing well both academically and socially, right? So what that means to me is that, in large part, it's because of the administrators, the teachers, the social workers, the counselors, and the education that he's received here at North Shore. I value that. It means something to me. Now, quite frankly, I hate paying taxes. For the amount of money that I paid in federal income taxes over the last, however many years, there should be a tank outside my home guarding my family. But at the end of the day, when it comes to school tax, I know exactly what I'm getting. What I'm getting is a 16-year-old boy who wouldn't have talked to you a few years ago and now sings in a musical, right? What I'm getting is straight A's. What I'm getting is an opportunity to watch my kids excel socially, academically, in sports, and in any way I could possibly imagine. What I'm getting is my children becoming the best versions of themselves. And again, thank you. We're pro-budget and pro-school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Bordenero from Glenhead. Just looking at the budget, I was just curious why the cafeteria, the food service department is not listed in there for the public. Thank you.
There is a section, I'm not sure what you're referring to. There is a section on food service. Are you talking about the salaries or the, okay. So because it's some federal funding, it is listed differently, but I'll defer to Olivia.
School lunch fund is a separate fund of its own. So it's not, because it's not part, the residents don't vote on school lunch fund. That's why. And if you want to come to my office to explain it to you, I will. The piece that I thought you were talking about was the fund that we are transferring from general fund to the school lunch fund. That is paid by taxpayers, and that is in the budget. I think it's on page 50.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. Other questions about the budget or comments about the budget? Okay, if we occur to you later, we will have another public comment section. But with that, I will close this public comment section. I will find my tab that says where we are here and move on to action item 13, which is the adoption of the 2022-2023 budget and the resolution for the annual district budget vote and election. Is there a motion to open conversation on 13A and B?
Motion.
I'll count that as a second, Betty. I'm sure you got it. I will now invite trustees if they have any questions or comments on the budget. Trustee Russo.
So I have a couple of questions on the changes.
Sure.
So we recently did the Glenwood Landing floor, gym floor. That was also in need of repair. And then we had an emergency and the floor got a steam pipe burst and the floor had to be replaced. We went with a composite floor, which is, believe it or not, more expensive than a wood floor, but doesn't meet regulation for high school basketball or sports. So how much did that floor cost us at the end of the day? I had asked you that question.
I believe $21,000 above the insurance money that we got. As Trustee Russo said, a pipe burst, so therefore it was covered by insurance. But as you know, it's the Midas touch. Might as well, as long as we were doing it, we decided to go with a composite floor. And if you haven't seen it, please take a look over at Glenwood Landing. It's a great surface. But also, as Trustee Russo said, it's not a surface that you use necessarily for interscholastic sports. And it's so funny because I thought we would be talking about a composite floor in the high school gym, and Don Lang said absolutely not. There's no program, no interscholastic program that plays on a composite floor. So long answer. I apologize. 21,000.
No, I'm not worried about what it cost over. I'm worried about. My question was, what was the total cost of the replacement floor? So we could take the 21,000 out, right? I'm just trying to figure out where the estimate is coming in on the high school gym, which I know is bigger.
John, do you know what the total cost was? Yeah, we can certainly try to get that. I understood the question to be.
No, my question was because we never had a number because the insurance was covering it and construction steering. So I was just wondering what the number was. I mean, it's not apples to apples, but it would give us a better idea at the end of the day what the gym floor might cost. But you would need to know what the insurance company reimbursed you. I just thought maybe like when you get your medical benefits, you get your insurance, because it would be a deductible statement of what the insurance company paid. Because it might come in less, because we cover for contingencies.
So the document I happen to have was a listing of those things that were considered in the referendum last year, and unfortunately, they were not parsed out. All I have is the total of 1.5 million for all the floors. So we can certainly try to get it and find out what it would cost to do a composite floor.
I don't want a composite floor in the gym. Well, that's not my question. My question is what the total cost was in Glenwood Landing to replace the floor. I'm not worried about whether it's. My point was that number would be higher because than it would have been if we used wood, because we used a composite because it's little kids and it's softer, but it has a padding underneath it. And I guess my second question was about the turf field and how we are eventually going to pay for the turf field. I did note on Manhasset's is also replacing its turf field. It's creating a multi-use field and replacement of infield turf at the secondary school softball field with lighting funded by community groups. I assume that this number of 1.43 million is the total cost that would be offset by the revenue that's generated by the community group. So they have a it looks like to me, because that's including lighting, a more conservative number than what we came up with. But how are we funding for that turf field? And capital reserves, they take a long time because you have to create them, you have to vote on them, you have to fill them, then you have to vote again. So if the turf field is now 10 years old, the average useful life of a turf field, depending on how it's used, is between 8 and 12 years. When it's used for multi-sports like ours is used, it tends to be less. So I'm concerned that we're absolutely nearing the end of the useful life of this turf field. It's going to be coming down the road in 2 years, right? Presumably. So how are we going to fund for that turf field that we can get it completed in the next 2 years? And, maybe some of those costs that are included in that number, we probably have the surveying and design work. It's not really a design. I'm not really sure what the design work comes in, but maybe that number can be, if we analyze it a little more carefully, can be reduced I mean, we will have to put an escalation, but how are we going to fund for that down the road? Because I don't, we don't want to be here 2 years from now wondering how we're going to pay for a worn out turf field, potentially.
So a few meetings ago, you asked another poignant question, and that was, are there projects around here that need to get done? And we are putting a list together, and that list is being put together in anticipation of, I believe, in anticipation of what will become a capital reserve fund here. So as Trustee Russo said, a capital reserve fund means that we would have to go to the public. We would have to ask your permission to establish a reserve. No money in it, just ask your permission to open a bank account with no money in it. Then we would have to ask your permission to fund it, that is to put money into it, and then ask your permission to spend it. Because not everybody heard it. I said it during the audit meeting, but it's not our money. It's your money, and you need to be the people telling us whether or not we can spend it. So you're right. It is an arduous process. My calendar, were I here, okay? Were I here, I would be thinking that fall of this year would be an appropriate time to be putting together that list and identifying some projects and saying to the community, we'd like to open a capital reserve for the following projects. No money in it yet, but please allow us. Now, where do we fund that money? Some of it could come from the budget along the way. We hope to be reimbursed by the federal government, by FEMA, some money related to some of our COVID expenses. I can't give enough credit to Olivia for the paperwork that she's completed with FEMA. As difficult as it is sometimes to deal with the state, dealing with federal agencies, they just keep sending the forms back and asking for more information, and she keeps sending them back with that information. So we may have some FEMA money that we could contribute towards that. And there is always the possibility of transferring money from one reserve to another. So if we were to do that in the fall and establish those projects in the late fall, I believe it would be possible with an accelerated, ambitious plan to have that turf field completed within and some other projects within 2 years.
Okay, because we weren't sure. That was one question I had asked several months ago, because I know Olivia has been working diligently on this, and if you will look, it's an arduous process, the FEMA, because different things get reimbursed different ways and go to different people. So your hard money that you spent on Lysol and the masks, that goes one place, and the money that we spent on the extra teaching staff gets reimbursed another way. So it's a monumental task, and Olivia has been keeping diligent records on the $2.7 million that we transferred over. So I mean, she is really to be commended on that. But my question was, where do we put the FEMA money when we get it back? So, of course, we will worry about that when it happens, but we really need to have a place. So we could, even though that money was fund balance really from a prior year, we could take that money and put it in a capital reserve, because would it become fund balance for the year that we receive it?
We have to, first of all, designate it into a reserve.
A reserve. So it could go in TRS, ERS, or if we had
Correct.
a capital reserve
Correct.
into capital reserve.
Correct. And just like Dr. Dolan said, if at a later time the community decides that they want to pull some of that money into the capital reserve, that can also be done.
So my question really is, how are we going to pay for this down the road? Because we really, I think that somewhere along the line, this didn't get, the urgency of it really wasn't presented to the board. And I want to make sure that there's a plan in place to address the needs of our athletes.
I think something that's happened as a result of this budget process, and again, I'm not sure who said it, but it is I think it was Mr. Traeger. It is the back and forth it is the back and forth. And I think a benefit of this budget process, among the benefits, is that I think an urgency has been attached to this project now. And I think in people's minds, there is a countdown going on. And I think that 2-year number is probably in the right range, that the district should be thinking about within the next 2 years how that turf gets replaced.
Other trustees and, sorry, just because she's close right here, Maria first. So Maria and then Sarah and then, yeah.
So kind of just following on what Tom said, I and listening carefully to Marianne, I think what, it puts me in mind. Also, I want to thank the people who spoke tonight. I think all of these factors together make me appreciate this process way more than I ever expected to when I first got this book to review and thought, oh my God, how am I ever going to do this? It is a tremendous process. It's in so many ways, and I think right now in this moment with this question on the table, it is a great opportunity. We talk a lot about how we don't communicate well enough what we need to do, why we're doing certain things. I think without any judgment for what I consider to have been the unfortunate defeat of last year's capital reserve, I would point out that is what the capital reserve was for. I think the turf field was in the capital reserve last year. There was forward thinking about this. The athletic department is part of this. They're constantly working with us and construction steering, and they're constantly being asked what needs to be done. So we have known about these items. Yes, we needed perhaps the greater urgency that we have now. But to reiterate that the capital reserve proposition, and it would be the same one if we put it up again in the fall, which certainly sounds like a good idea. The process is, because we are fiduciaries, we can't just act on setting one up. The community has to say, yes, we think it's a good idea to create an account to hold money once it becomes available. But the creation of a capital reserve does not add to your taxes. It has no impact on your taxes. So I think that's something, I feel I have learned that we can't say that too much. I think that was, an unfortunate misconception that had a lot to do with the defeat of it last year. And so now we're in this situation. We might be getting this, we hope, goodness knows, we pray and hope that we're getting this FEMA money back. And again, we'll have potentially, a big decision to make about where to put it. So, looking forward, I do hope we're able to put forward another proposition for a capital reserve as soon as possible, and review these kinds of lessons learned when the time comes.
Thanks, Maria. The high school gym floor was in there as well. Sarah?
Thank you. There's no question that we have to plan to replace the turf field, which we knew. But I don't want to imply, because the board has spoken extensively and with great detail about the turf, that that's the only pending infrastructure need that we haven't funded. Like, we have many, many plans with the mechanisms that we have in place through the bonds and past capital reserves to take care of a lot of infrastructure needs. But there are more. There are more that we know about now, and there are more that we're going to find out tomorrow and next year. It is difficult to maintain the 7 buildings, the 50 acres of fields and land, and this 250,000 square feet of, it's not office space, it's classroom space, but it is the same concept. And so I don't want to send out the message that, like, there's just this one thing that we didn't do. The budget really represents, and all of these mechanisms really represent, a very complex web of how we're trying to juggle the immense needs of the district just in maintaining what we have, much less trying to find ways to meet the needs of future students and what schools should look like now. But also, I'd like to step back a little bit to a discussion about the gym floor, which I'm very glad we're going to be able to do. But it is a very different dollar figure than what we talked about initially when we took the buses out at like 350,000. We were looking for a project of that size, and we now have a project that's like, nearly twice that size. So I assume we've had to make some trade-offs elsewhere in the budget, which could be completely reasonable, but I would like to know what they are.
I will assure the board that what you have in front of you does take into account the full cost of virtually the full cost of the gym floor. There's going to have to be some. That's why I hesitated right there. Within $10,000 of it anyway. There have been some trade-offs. I'm going to ask Olivia if she could identify where some of the funding might come from that we will use. And the phrase I used was to stretch this budget to make sure that we can do a project that
I heard the word stretch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
When we were going to do the charging stations and the electric school buses, there was some indication that we're going to get some funding from a legislative source. We are hoping that that will also come true. If that comes true, then that will be used to supplement this project.
And we have followed up with the sources that helped us obtain that funding to ensure that we'll be able to thank that legislator for it and make sure that he knows where it's going.
So you're saying 350 to remove the charging stations, 120 not to buy the diesel buses, and 150 from the potential bullet aid.
Correct.
And so that's, you want me to do the math? 350 plus 120 is 470, 470 and 150 is 620.
As within $10,000 or so. Yep. And the other $10,000 there, within a $150 million budget, you can certainly find expenses to reduce, and we have done so.
Trustee?
But let me say it again. But that's the stretch. And, again, we'd love to do both. And yes, Trustee Russo's right. We do need to pay attention to the turf field. And if I could stretch a million out of it, we'd be talking about doing both. But you can see the stretch that we had to, you can see the exercise that we had to do even to come up with the 640.
Lisa?
Yes, I just have some general comments and some specific ones, but I just wanted to say that as a new trustee on the board, I am now more fully able to really appreciate the work the administration does to thoroughly evaluate every single piece of our instructional program every single year. And I'm honored to serve as a trustee with some of the most meticulous, detail, and data-oriented people, as well as smartest people I have ever worked with. This painstaking process proves the transparency of the budget exercise. And not only have we reviewed every line of the budget, but changes were made, as you kept calling it, an iterative process. Increases and decreases were fully explained. We are ensuring our instructional program maintains the high quality education that North Shore residents have come to expect. We just had our auditing report, and our external auditor came prior to this meeting and said that Olivia's binder is an example that they like to share with all of their other clients. So I just wanted to highlight that. They said we have strong operations and strong internal controls, and we should be proud of that. And aside from our budget discussions, I thought the presentation of the AP and IB was a great example of how we are constantly evaluating the effectiveness of our programs. We were given a very thorough presentation with data about the costs, about how many hundreds of students are taking both AP and IB courses, and a concrete recommendation from our administrators. And these discussions highlight why and how our instructional program is so comprehensive and effective. And there are always places where improvements can be made. Sarah was just talking about them. We're talking about these athletic improvements. And as a parent of an athlete, I'd love to see these improvements as well. And we do spend significantly on athletics. I believe there's almost $2 million in next year's budget in the athletics section. And this district, as you know, we've said before, as Maria said, we did propose a capital reserve last year that would have covered the expenses of the new turf field, of the gym floor, of all these other enhancements at no additional cost to the taxpayer. Unfortunately, that failed, but if our budget vote passes in May, I'm hopeful we can put a new capital reserve proposal to the community in the fall, so that we can fund these athletic improvements, again, at no additional cost to the taxpayer. However, if the budget fails, I don't see how that would be possible. So assuming we adopt this budget, I am proud of the budget that is going to be presented to the community in May, because I know our administration went through it methodically, ensuring that our instructional program is either maintained or improved. And of course, there are legal and regulatory requirements that are beyond our control that require funding, but for everything that is within our control, I am confident this process, first and foremost, took into account how our students are impacted now and in the future.
Thank you, Trustee Colesio. I appreciate that. Other comments? Oh, Trustee McCary, please.
Hi, everyone. I just want to thank Brendan and Sean for speaking. And it was funny, as you spoke, I thought, wow, this sort of reminds me of this activity I did this weekend. And I have to admit, I probably do it too frequently. Maybe some of you do too, where you search MLS, right, to see what houses are available, right? The fantasy of moving. I can see everybody nodding. And you might be surprised, if you haven't done it lately, to see there are only 29 houses available in the North Shore community. That's it, 29 houses. And coincidentally, this morning, right before I left for work, there was an article in Newsday about the bidding war that's going on Long Island. And you can search each town to see what's going on. So I just happened to put in a few of our towns. You'd be surprised to know maybe that 30% of houses in Glenwood Landing sold over asking. And I started to think about why that was. Why do you guys think it was? I think it's because of the things Brendan and Sean spoke about tonight. So I started to do a little research, right? What's the connection between real estate and school districts? Like, we all think it's connected, right? But what does the data, what does the actual research show? And not surprisingly, 91% of buyers report school boundaries as being a high priority issue for looking for a house. 1 in 5 buyers actually say that they would pay 6 to 10% over their budget for the right school district. 1 out of 10 would pay 20% more for a house. And buyers would also do with a lot less if they're in the right district. About 1 out of 5 buyers would forego a garage or a bedroom if they were in the right school district. 1 out of 3 would actually take a smaller house to send their children to a good school district. I have to believe this is why there are only 29 houses in our district right now. I went a little further. I'm always, as a psychologist, I don't know, I have a tendency to look at economic analyses of different psychological issues. And I did the same for school spending. And you might be surprised to know that for every dollar a school spends, it increases the valuation of your house by $20. Every dollar, $20. So often when we're talking about the budget, we're talking about how it benefits our students. We don't talk enough about how our spending benefits the community. And of course, this means that we have to operate efficiently, right? We can't mismanage funds. We can't spend inefficiently. But over the last board meetings, going line by line, I feel very confident that we are spending efficiently, not just by what we chose to include, but also by what we're not including, which is significant. There are lots of things I wish were in that binder that are not. So I'm happy today that we're moving forward in this process, and I feel very optimistic about the education and quality instruction our students will be receiving next year. And I hope that the community not only supports our schools, but supports itself in all the ways that I just discussed.
Thanks, Andrea. You didn't mention also that you're a North Shore alum, so you came back.
I feel like I mentioned it too much.
It crossed my mind. Also, I think I'm the only one up here who lives in Glenwood Landing. So yeah, no. Nope. Any other thoughts or comments? Please, Trustee Galati.
I don't want to reiterate much of what was said because I think my fellow trustees really presented it very well. I really do appreciate all the work that's been done. This is an arduous process that begins back in the fall when teachers are asked for their wish lists and they go to their curriculum associates who start to make informed decisions about what's, a priority, going to building level, and then finally to central office. I have faith in the fact that I believe that the budget that's been presented to us for our approval tonight was well thought out, has the best interests of our students and our community. And I want to really thank especially Olivia Buatsi for all the work she's done for this community and this district for all these years. And thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, please.
Just following on everything, and ditto. I do want to say that we talked about this being an iterative process, and that doesn't really stop tonight. Obviously, we have weeks to go before the vote, and then we have all of next year while we're using this budget that we hope to adopt. So I want to emphasize that the process is really nonstop. It's not just iterative through this section of the year, but it's constant. And part of that, a big part of that is, again, going back to the communication piece, it should continue. These questions should keep coming, even assuming we adopt the budget tonight. The questions should keep coming. It's what we do all year also. And if we're doing a good job as a board, we're questioning, how things are being spent as well. That's why we have discussion before we take votes. So especially for folks who, might still be uncertain about certain things, if we didn't explain them, well enough as we were doing line by line, or if, you're undecided, these questions should keep coming in every form. I want to remind everybody there's a community budget forum group, and I know members of it are here and have worked also hard with Dr. Dolan to try to, make sure that things are communicated clearly enough. And I got to make a plug, if I could, for something that you'll be getting in your mailboxes if you haven't already, for the legislative night that's coming up on April 11th, when all our legislators, some of whom have been proactive in getting money for us, grant monies, we hope most or all of them will be there. And we want your questions. Your questions will be posed to them. So you will be receiving information about that. There are a few of the cards up on the table as well on your way out. They're not enough for everyone here tonight, but you will get it in your mailbox. But also and I have to reiterate, I have to add my thanks to Tom and all of the incredible work of Olivia and Chris and all of the administrators and staff and everyone who contributed to this budget. It's been a long haul that is really appreciated by those of us who've studied it. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. I'll be brief. Oh, sorry.
No,
I'll go last and wrap it up. I mean, I can go now, but you can
All
go,
right,
sir.
yeah, that's your
Go
privilege
for
to
it.
wrap up. I'll do it. So this is not so different, but I just want to say that at the beginning, it really felt like this Herculean task, right? That we had $1.9 million in personnel costs that were going up because our district runs on our people, as well it should. That is the business we're in. And it was unavoidable. And even if you went all the way to the tax levy cap, you couldn't raise much more money than what those personnel costs were going to cost, right? $1.9 million bill we're looking at. Maybe we can come up with, $2.3 million in tax levy. And on a $115 million budget, that's just not much room. So at this point, right, several months after we first talked about the priorities for the budget, we're there. And I think I also owe a tremendous thank you to Olivia and to the business staff, to all of the administrators that we know worked on every line of this budget and thought about every penny we were going to spend, and to the community who has absolutely been here with us this entire time, providing feedback and listening, right, for hours as we go through page by page and line by line. And, the miracle is that it works, right? We have a budget that reflects our values and reflects our financial reality, thanks to all of these pieces coming together. And I think this budget is exactly what this community needs and deserves. And thank you, especially Olivia. We'll miss you.
Trustee
I
Russo?
just wanted to say, even if the budget isn't exactly what you want, so I mean, there are things in there we agree with, some things we don't agree with, but at the end of the day, a failed budget doesn't benefit our students. The first thing that goes are the things like Hello Dolly and the athletics. So I even though if a budget fails, you can put it up again. That's another Herculean task, and I would encourage people not to think that a no vote sends a message to the board, because it really doesn't. The budget fails, you're really hurting our students. So, if you want to make some changes to the budget, come during the year with constructive criticisms, run for the board. But a no vote would just be detrimental to student life here.
I was going to wrap up, but that was pretty well said, Mary Ann. Thank you.
Yeah, but she doesn't have kids in the schools even.
So I will be even briefer than I thought I was going to be. Thank you to my fellow trustees. Thank you to the administration. Thank you to the community. Thank you to the folks from our budget forum who are here and who worked and who sat through a lot of these sessions. It is, we're talking about an iterative process, but I think it really is all about the conversations that we have. I know that's a word that Dr. Dolan likes to use. Conversations that start with John Hall and Dahlia Rodriguez and everyone talking with you, our building leaders, talk with you about all the things that they might want, and then going back and forth, and that becomes an iterative process to get to this point. And it's a series of steps. And these steps have led us to this final meeting where we are about to vote on the adoption of this budget, where we're discussing these important projects. We need both of them. And I think it's really illustrative of the fact that these are all things that we as a community prioritize and want. And it shouldn't be about putting one against the other. It's not our our Latin students versus our French students. It's not our elementary students versus our high school students. We're all in this together. And even though we talked a lot about these last things at this last stage of the process, making sure that the needs of all of our students are met in this budget. And what I find particularly ironic about all of that is that students don't fit in one little box. They're athletes who play music, who are in special ed, who are going to great colleges. There are students who are traveling and who are doing foreign language and who are doing community service and who are going to be going to trade schools and having great, successful lives. We prepare each of our students and try our best to give them the tools that they will all need. And so I reject the idea that somehow this budget is about saying yes to one student or no to another student. It may be saying yes to a gym, and at this time that we can't do a field, but it doesn't mean we're not prioritizing what every student here needs, because these kids only, as we all did, you were a kid and all of us were kids, you only get one chance to be a K through 12 person before you're out in the world. And it is our responsibility to always keep them in mind, This board keeps those kids in mind. Your words today exemplify that. And so I think we're ready to call the vote. So at this point, I will say that all in favor of adopting the 2022-2023 budget and the resolution for the annual district budget vote, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That is all of us, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the community and those folks who've come out throughout this entire process. This is a continuing conversation, and I look forward to it. That's it. Oh. That said, we will move on to item 14, which is a policy review. And we have one public policy here, and I assume someone from the from the policy committee will be raising this issue. We'll be discussing this. Sure. Pardon, did I skip one?
The resolution.
I did A and B together. The resolution. I did them both together.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. No, A and B. The resolution for the vote. Policy
Okay.
1230. Who is leading the discussion?
I'll do that, although I'm hoping my fellow policy committee members will give me a little bit of assistance. Forgive me, I'm trying to get my screen back up while I talk, and I can't do two things at once. But I just need to look at the policy.
Okay. While we're on that, I will mention that all of our policies, there are 10 sets of policies governing everything from where you park on campus to what your graduation requirements are to really to everything you can possibly think of.
Right.
Lice. Thank you. Lice. 3 times did I say lice? Okay.
Okay, so we're here tonight. We're just presenting policy, all-important policy 1230, which just happens to be the one that Paul cited during his public comment, public participation at board meetings. We really tried, this is heavily redlined, or is that the right term? Heavily edited with our suggestions for really trying to clarify it, make it that much more. We do go above and beyond what is recommended and required by the law and by the sample policies that we get. We do want to encourage public comment and for better and worse, or for good and bad, or for happiness and difficulty. So these are our proposals. Probably give people a few seconds or minutes to absorb them and give us your comments. But we're hoping this will fit the bill.
And Maria, we should add for the public that not all school boards even have public comments. So this school board has been very invested in this, as you see tonight, with Lisa moving the public comments up and then us having a second round in a little bit.
It is interesting, right? That like you're required to meet in public, but not required to hear from the public. And so the other thing is when we're reviewing our policies, and we try to get through all of the policies on a 3-year cycle, because it's like another book like this. But so what we do is we look at the New York State School Boards Association's recommended policies, and you look for changes in the law since you last updated the policy to see if there's anything you need to do. And most of the time, we're obviously very interested in the model policies, but the model policies from NYSBA on public comment generally suggest things like limiting how long people can speak for, limiting how long public comment is in general. And we're not accepting, and that is just a recommendation. There's nothing in the law that says you should do that. And that's not what we're putting into this, because I think this year in particular, community is very aware that if it took several hours to go through public comment, then we were here for several hours to go through public comment, and then we still did the rest of the business agenda. So I think that's really, the changes we've made really stick to those commitments that we've had in place in this policy for a long time.
I would have a comment on the policy.
Mhm.
Rather than, people asking a board member a particular question and the board president making the determination whether they can answer or not. I would rather see that the board member can elect to answer the question or defer to the president of the board. I mean, as long as you make clear that if you ask me a question in particular, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, or any one person is not speaking on behalf of the board. I mean, that's should be obvious, but maybe it's not.
I mean, I remember some instances in the past where people asked us specific questions that were inappropriate, and the board president intervened and said, I will not allow that question to be asked. So I think in thinking about that, we have to assume there are appropriate questions and inappropriate questions. I wouldn't ever want a trustee to feel the pressures on them to answer an inappropriate question.
But I don't really feel that way. Like, I just feel like, you know, we're up here, and if there's an inappropriate question, I would say that's an inappropriate question, right?
I think in part that there are two parts to why they exist. And one is just that, like, the overarching issue of public comment not being a back and forth, but being an opportunity for the board to hear what the public has to say. But the other part is the deferral to Robert's rules, right, which is the overarching framework that we're running all of the board meetings under, right, which is why we have motions and discuss and then vote. And that level of says that you have a presence so that someone is running the meeting. So I think you could leave that out, but then you would still be back to Robert's rules, which is the president is running the meeting.
My only thought is, you know, when we don't answer a question, you know, if someone asks our opinion, I don't want to make it seem like we're hiding behind someone else. And, you know, I can recall back, you know, Tony trying to intervene when someone was, you know, going at it. And I just said, don't worry about it, Tony. I got it. It's not my first rodeo. Right? Maybe not everyone is like me in that line, but I didn't think that the board president had to protect me, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm hiding something, that I won't answer a question. If I felt the question was inappropriate, I'd say that's inappropriate, or that's not a question for me individually. I think that's a question for the board president or the board in general. I mean, I think if you're up here, you should be able to make those kinds of determinations. And I'm thinking back to the whole, you know, mass versus mass choice issue. And I think the fact that we were not really individually speaking left some indication that in some people's mind that there wasn't, you know, that people weren't being allowed to speak, and maybe there were differing opinions. So that's my thought behind making the change. That I don't want anyone to think that you know, I mean, most people aren't wondering, it's on my mind, but I don't want anyone to think that we're hiding behind this policy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I do think it's about Robert's rules. And, like, you know, the NYSBA advice is, like, no back and forth at all, right? Which we've obviously long since deviated from, right? We frequently ask the superintendent to ask the question, or, you know, the president too. But I don't know how far we want to get away from Robert's rules.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I also worry about speaking individually versus speaking as a board. And, you know, even when somebody sends us an email, Dave responds on behalf of, you know, President Ledmar responds on behalf of the board. So I do worry about, you know, there are differing opinions, but we do come to consensus to make decisions. And I worry about speaking individually as opposed to speaking as a board.
I struggled with this, Marianne, as we were reviewing the policy. So I kind of get where that's coming from. But the reason I'm comfortable with it, and I like the idea of the president remaining sort of in charge of the exchanges, is partly because of what Lisa said. You know, we do, when I sat out in the audience before being on the board, I had these thoughts of like, you know, why is everyone else so quiet? Why can't there be more? But it is really important that we act as we don't act as individuals. We only act as a governing body of 7. We get our opportunity to make our own views known during the discussion that precedes every vote we take, or very nearly every vote, right? The motion, the motion opens discussion, right? And then we vote. So I think because there is a mechanism for having us be able to speak as individuals, I'm very comfortable with keeping this a little bit more in that sort of, I think it's called the parliamentary procedure protocols.
I just would like to respond to that, but sometimes things come up in public comment that we haven't discussed because we don't limit public comments to what is on hand. And I understand procedurally why this is the way it was selected. I just worry about the interpretation of not answering a question. If we all just, if there are boards who just said thank you for your public comment, and maybe that's a better way to go overall, because then you wouldn't be in this kind of quandary. Or, in prior years, Dr. Melnick answered a lot of the questions, and we always would defer to him on academics. Dr. DeRizzo answered a lot of questions. I think, every board president has their own style on how they handle things. But I just feel like we've been in situations, and I think it's both made it difficult for the board president and for the individual because we didn't answer the question, right? So, I would be perfectly comfortable saying, that's not, that's a board decision. I have to defer to the president. And I think there's a certain level of trust in your trustees that they would have the discretion to figure out what's appropriate and what's not appropriate to answer.
I guess I would, for my 2 cents on this, I think my thought on this kind of harkens back to just a little while ago when Dr. Dolan gave us this report about the fields and the finances and the budget. And it would be tempting to just jump into that conversation at that point. But I think that we have these procedures in place because we follow these rules to some degree prevent anarchy is a strong word, but we do follow these policies to keep it in some kind of formal, orderly way. So we have the opportunity for different trustees to voice their thoughts in old business. But I see your point too, because by the time it's old business, we don't.
Everyone is gone. There really have been occasions where I've wanted to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Last year with the middle school, and by the time the right time came to say it under old business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone I wanted to hear it were, they were gone. So I mean, all these rules have their pros and cons, but I was really focusing on it because we had such a huge debate on mass versus mass choice, and it was something where people wanted to hear from the individual trustees.
And I hear that because we don't want the public to think, as I think we do here, oh, it's the board and there's some monolithic perspective. People who follow my first board meeting, I only went because I was like, hey, what's going on? Like I was voting in this budget vote. I, as a voter, supported the school budget, but didn't know anything about the trustees. So I showed up, and I would say it took me about 20 minutes to figure out who everyone was on the board at the time and how they felt about things. And I think it's important that trustees do speak to how we feel about these issues. But I also know that in public comment, it's a double-edged sword because trustees are not always prepared to talk on a topic. So if a person comes to the podium and says, hey, how do you feel about this change that's happening in the arts department? One trustee may know about that because they have a kid in the program or they've spoken with someone about it, and other trustees may not. So it can suddenly put those trustees who maybe it's not that they don't have a voice or they don't feel comfortable sharing that voice, but we have discussion topics with all the backup that we all see and we all research, so we're all prepared for these things. So we can have a conversation that's informed as opposed to off the cuff. And that's why public comment can be a little tricky because not everyone's always prepared. Although I do see your point as well.
Sorry, may I?
Please.
So I'm actually just rereading the paragraph. I think it does allow at the discretion of the president and the kind of situation you're asking for, Marianne. It does in fact cover that pretty clearly. And in fact, I actually think, these policies sort of, it's arguable how eloquent they are, but in this particular case, I think it's covering quite a lot of ground. Do you not see it? Would you want?
I just think it sounds like it's at the discretion of the board president. I'd rather it be at the individual trustee's discretion or to defer it to the. If someone's asked me about something I didn't know about, I would just say I don't know about that. But I'll ask Dr. Dolan or I'll research it and I'll get back to you. But listen, I'm not going to die on the sword if no one is happy with it. It's fine. I can live without it. I'm just opening it up for discussion if people feel differently. I don't want anything left out there that that we're hiding behind the board president or it's a board decision or we're not going to we don't want to individually answer it because I do think that sometimes that's the impression, rightly or wrongly, that people have.
Well, I'm going to remind the policy committee that we'll have a chance to talk about this at 9:30 tomorrow morning because we have a meeting. So it'll be fresh in our minds. I've taken notes and I've heard a variety of opinions here. And for the audience's benefit, the way this works is there is three members of the board serve on a policy committee. Olivia and Chris and I serve on it as well. And that's where these come from. When you see these red line documents, it's the result of sitting and really going through these things literally word by word. So it's fresh in our mind, and I have a feeling, in fact, it'll be the very first, one of only two policies we've got on the agenda for tomorrow, the other one being the special ed policy that I forwarded. So we'll talk about it tomorrow morning.
And then all policies come up twice. This is the process.
We'll be back for another
Right.
reading. Yep.
So can I ask a question since you'll be reviewing it? I am just curious about what other districts do. I know some districts don't even allow public comments, but do most districts defer to the president? It might be interesting to look at what other.
Yeah, I
districts do.
have limited, I could cite 4 or 5 districts that I'm familiar with, but I'll see what we can do about getting a broader perspective tomorrow.
I'm kind of going out on a limb here, but we had invited actually public comment, written public comment on the policies that was originally due on December 15th or something. But, since we're still reviewing them, I don't, in fact, anybody can comment anytime they want. I mean, this is something people can always write about. So since this is something that you guys can still weigh in on, and yes, we will be talking about it again at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
No, that is a good point. We've got a schedule of which sets of policies we're reviewing when on the website so that to give people advance notice in case something is relevant they'd like to write to us about it.
So in fact, this in this period, we're just doing if you are so inclined, there really is a book about the size of the budget book, which is all the policies, but we just do bunches at a time. So we're doing the 1,000 level policies. So you'll see we're going to hopefully approve a bunch of them tonight that we just revised. And this one's still under discussion, and we still have the rest of the thousands to do if anybody can't wait to comment on some of our policies.
And Maria calls it a book, but it's also, of course, online on the BOE tab, policies. It's all right there. So with that, I think I will close this discussion and move on to action item 15, which is personnel items A through K. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And I heard a second as well. Is there any question or comments? All in favor? Aye. Oh, yeah, okay. Six ayes, one abstention. I don't know why I'm counting. Betty's like, you know the sound of our hands raising. All right. That brings us to comments of the public number 2.
Under the existing policy.
Yes, under the existing policy. On any topic relevant to the district. It doesn't involve the naming of any district personnel. I don't want to go over it too quickly, but we did have an opportunity, so go, please. There you go.
Good evening. I have come to repeat.
I'm sorry, just real quickly.
Lisa Cashman, Seacliff.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I've come to repeat a little push to encourage people at home and here to please consider attending our Meet the Legislators event. What Maria didn't get the opportunity to talk about is that at the last board meeting, some of the issues that came up were recent assessments, cost of water. All these things affect the things that the pressure people feel for their school taxes. These are the people to address those two directly. And these are the people who we vote for. And a big showing for this event shows that we're a voting bloc that cares. And it's really important that physically we fill Glenwood Landing Auditorium on April 11th at 7:30. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to really plug that. Thank you for that. I also wanted to really give a big thank you to Trustee Russo for what you said about the impact of a no vote. I know that people are listening to you tonight, and there is a narrative that a no vote means nothing. And so I just do want to implore the board and Dr. Dolan, as you're doing the rounds, selling this now adopted budget, to really help people understand that, we're not brainwashed parents who've been tricked that into voting for schools and threatened and this whole narrative that's out there. The other piece that I would ask you to include in your narrative as you spread the news about this budget is that we take care of so many students. The amount of money that we spend on special education, the amount of money we spend on BOSAs, the amount of money we spend across the board, even though we do have students currently in all the Ivy League schools, which is something to be proud of, that is not speaking to the North Shore education. And so I just wanted to make those few points tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I may, Lisa, I fear people are going to be sick of me because Shelley and I are in the process of putting a calendar together that has a lot of meetings. There's going to be a lot of meetings. But I do want to make one thing clear, lest anybody think that I'm not enthusiastic about this budget. I'm not in the business of selling this budget. I am in the business of informing people and encouraging participation. And I need to be very careful about that. There have been instances where districts have been cited for the rest of you sell away if you want, if that's what you want.
Yeah.
But my goal is participation and education, and that's what I'll doing.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks for understanding.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you. Yeah, same with trustees. Thank you for you can sell that event. Absolutely. Like, we want as many people there as possible. And thanks for the second Glenwood Landing shout out tonight. Paul, please. Sure.
Thank you, Paul Pascolza from Glen Head. Just two things on the budget. In terms of the budget, I would say that myself personally, I am not opposed to the budget. What I am opposed to is how the district spends the money. I don't think it's equitable. And so I would like to see it be more equitable. There's a lot of money spent for the top students in the school. You can see it with a lot of the focus on rankings and things like that, but the middle to lower, I don't want to call them lower, but middle to average students, I don't think get as much attention. You could see that in the engagement survey that you folks did, which basically said that only 10 to 15% of the kids in school felt that they were engaged. That's one. Secondly, I did have an opportunity to listen to the internal audit meeting before this meeting. I thought it was pretty informative, and I don't know who that gentleman who represents the community is, Andrew, but I thought he was very good, and I thought he made an observation that was really important. And the observation that he made is that the district has a problem, and that problem is that their expenditures exceed their revenue. And if they don't figure, if you don't figure out how to solve that problem, then you're going to keep dipping into your reserves to fund the budget instead of being able to use those reserves for other things. So I encourage you to please listen to what that man said, because he is 100% right on. Thank you.
Other questions from the, oh, please.
Paul, thank you. And I'm glad you got to hear it, because it was about fund balance. And I know it's a topic that we've talked about, certainly, and even though the topic that we talked about earlier tonight. But just to clarify one thing, we are not permitted to allow expenditures to exceed revenue. Even if that revenue does mean occasionally calling upon reserves, we can't run at a deficit. That's happened. Yes, we are. But I just want to clarify, we're not allowed to expend more than we collect. There is no deficit spending allowed, unlike the federal government that can do it and does it well. We can't do that, and we're very careful about it.
Please. Oh. Everyone will have a chance.
I apologize to the.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm just gonna.
Richard Shen.
Thank you.
Seacliff. I apologize for speaking out of line. I know I should have been quiet, but the reason I feel so strongly I couldn't hold back is because I'm an immigrant. I immigrated to the United States a long time ago, and I feel very strongly about education, and I'm very frustrated to see how America has taken apart the best thing we have is education. We've been cutting little pieces, we're nitpicking it, we're destroying it to no end. It hurts me to no end is because when I was young and I was in Taiwan, there was a public school and there was a private school. The public school was not well funded, and everybody went to private school is well funded and public school are not. And the bribery, all the things that can go wrong is in the private school because it's private. You don't tell them how to do it. Nobody gets involved. You can't tell them what to do. The public school is so cut down that it's useless. And that's why if you look at most Chinese who immigrate or come to the United States, they focus so much on education. It's because they know education means a lot, means everything. And that's why Chinese parents work 2 jobs, 3 jobs to get their kids to school. One of the things that, and we really need to appreciate what we have, because the freedom to ask questions, the thing that bothers me the most is freedom. As if freedom, I can do anything, say anything, I can do. The simplest freedom of speaking, like right now in Ukraine, in Russia, you can't even say anything against the government. In China, you have to follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules, you will. Alibaba, the guy named Ma, he's a billionaire. He doesn't agree with the government, he disappears. We're talking about fundamental freedom, freedom to say the truth. And here, I apologize, but I'm so sad to have people who take the word freedom and say anything wrong, even though it's false. And that kills me. And one of the things that I think education is so important is because I don't know how many of you have gone to Asia, have gone to other countries. take a moment and go there. We always think that somehow America is we're so ahead of everybody else that we'll always be number one. Go to Asia. Go to a small country like Taiwan, and see how far ahead they are from us compared to us. Really, I mean, right now the chip shortage. Everybody heard about chip shortage. Who makes the chips? The only company that makes chips. Who makes it? United States? No. Taiwan, a small company. They control 80% of the chips in the whole world. We used to be number one. Intel's supposed to be used to be number one. They're not. And we're throwing all of this away. And everything comes back down to education. And how did Taiwan get to be number one? Because 30 years ago, they feel that Taiwan has to be number one something. And they focus on technology. And it took them 30 years to get to where they are today. If we cut our budget, we cut our education, it'll take a long time. It's not tomorrow. It's like, oh, all of a sudden, we realize China is caught up to us. We need to step up. It's not like, oh, we're turning the spigot and tomorrow we're going to be number one again. That doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. You're going to take another 10, 20 years to get there. And I find that America is the best when it works together as a team. And America is the worst when we fight among each other. And I think right now we're fighting among each other and we're throwing everything away and give to everything away. We really, really should work together as a team, including Paul. You know, I think when we're outside, I would love to have a beer with you. I think you're the coolest person. Take a few minutes and get involved. Try to just hang out in the school, see what they do. You'd be surprised what a cool place this is. No, volunteer. I volunteer. I used to volunteer. Dr. Dolan, I used to volunteer 40 hours a week. Like, you really get involved, and you really will understand, because I'm from the outside. Like, one of the things that bothers me the most is people complain how the superintendent is paid so much money. You know how much a CEO get paid in the United States for a $200 million company? At the same time, they don't have to sit here and listen to everybody's opinion. They make a decision and that goes. They don't have to say, oh, let's have a budget and listen to everybody else and what do you think? Because you have persons like Dolan who's willing to sacrifice all that. He can make so much more money. Or other superintendents can make so much more money being a CEO than a superintendent. So appreciate it. I'm sorry to take your time, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
A little bit. Evening. My name is David Hollander. I'm from Glen Head. I have a daughter at Glen Head and another daughter who will be in Glen Head in about 2 years. I'm here as a representative tonight of the North Shore Parent Action Coalition, also known as NSPAC. We are not affiliated with the North Shore School District, as I think most people know, but the North Shore Parent Action Coalition started about 1.5 years ago by parents of both current and former North Shore District students and other concerned community members. Many of the members of the group and others have shared stories over the past few years of bullying, harassment, discrimination in our schools over the years. We participated in various efforts with the school and amongst each other to convey the urgency of these matters to the board and the administration. We're here today to reiterate our mission in light of the current climate and misinformation that is swirling around. NSPAC believes that every student, every single student, has the right to feel safe, to feel welcome, to feel joy, and receive a wonderful education. All students should be prepared to live and work and thrive in a dynamic world full of differences. Those differences lift us up and they make us stronger. And for me, what brings me to this work? What brings me here today? I'm a parent, I'm a husband, I'm a community member, and I'm an educator. And I've been in the classroom and I've been an administrator, and I've seen firsthand the power of when we recognize every single student, when we create a safe environment for students, when students can thrive and be themselves. And I've seen what happens when we don't. And I want to applaud some of the work that I've seen started and that I've seen been participating in, but at the same time, I want to implore the board and the administration to keep moving forward. Because I've heard some really nasty things being said. Things that as a child, as a teenager, as a young child, if I heard those being said about me in this district by community members, the impact of that, of what it means to not discuss who I am in school. What it means if, when I ask for people to hear who I am, that I want to feel safe, that I want to feel respected, well, that's not something that it really has a place in our school. And I've heard it at board meetings. I've heard it on the soccer field. I've heard it on Facebook, which, I think we've all realized not the best place to hear discourse. I'm a social studies teacher. I believe in good civic discourse. But at the same time, I also believe in empathy. And as I hear from families of wanting to feel like this is the place for all of them, I think about my own child and the amazing experience she has. And I want to make sure that every single child feels that in this district. And I was thinking specifically around some of the things I've heard around LGBTQ youth and whether we should be talking about that in schools. And I know from my own students who I've worked with, what it means when people say, we shouldn't talk about that in schools. And I've heard from students how that impacts them. And we talk about mental health here and what it means for students. And I actually pulled a little data. So 71% of LGBTQ youth reported feeling sad or hopeless, according to a 2019 Trevor Project survey, for at least 2 weeks in the past year. 2 in 3 LGBTQ youth reported that someone tried to convince them to change their sexual orientation or gender identity. 71% of LGBTQ youth reported discrimination. And 39% of LGBTQ youth considered suicide in the past year of the survey. And more than 50% for transgendered students. And that's just one group of the amazing diversity that we have and that we need to celebrate. And we do such a good job educating students, but we need to make sure that all of our students have that sense of safety. And I would hate to think the impact it has hearing some of those things in our community. I can tell you as an educator, you ask me the best days of my life as an educator, I can come up with dozens. You ask me the worst day of my life as an educator, and it was the day that I came in and found out that one of my students had taken his own life. And I got to tell you, that's not something that any district wants to see. That's not something that any community wants to see. And that sounds shocking, and it may sound extreme, but I've lived through it. And I've seen what happens when students don't have that sense of safety. And so I implore the district, I implore the administrators, I implore the trustees to keep moving forward with their work around diversity, equity, inclusion, making sure all students feel safe, and to include the community in those conversations. And sometimes they can be uncomfortable, and that's okay. Because at the end, it's not about an agenda, it's not about a policy, it is about students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure, come on.
Down. Hi, I'm Julie, and I live in Seacliff. I have 2 kids at Seacliff School. And before I say what I came here to say, I just want to say I will be proudly voting for the budget. And I do want to counter the narrative from Paul Piscolgi that the money is only going to the highest ranking students. I have a student who has a number of challenges, and I feel like he's won the lottery every day going to school, the services he's provided, and the support he's been given. So I would hate for that narrative to get out there. I feel it is wholly inaccurate. But why I'm here today is I was moved to come out here tonight as the representative of a growing group of concerned parents who, like me, would like to counter some of the rhetoric and misinformation around diversity education. Boogeyman words like CRT and indoctrination are being batted around as a way to promote fear, misunderstanding, and in some instances, in many instances, even lies. Once you move past those scary headlines, there's not much there. But here is something that is there. Allowing children to learn about the experiences of people who are different from them is valuable. Pretending that we live in a world where everyone looks like us, loves like us, and is treated the same way as us not only encourages closed-mindedness, but leaves our children ill-equipped to function in present-day society. Sharing the history and the stories of people who are different from us in an age-appropriate way has nothing to do with making kids feel bad about themselves. Those stories aren't actually about our kids personally, and isn't that the point? To allow children to hear about and understand a different experience from their own, to encourage empathy, to broaden their mind and their heart. Censoring our history, censoring the experiences of others just because they are different from our own is, from an educational standpoint, as limiting as deciding to remove all of the language curriculum because your child only speaks English at home. At the end of the day, we all love our children. We all want to prepare our children for the quickly changing world out there. Hiding out and denying the experiences of others might feel like a way to support your kids, but all it's doing is closing them off to a reality that our schools are supposed to be helping them get ready for. Let's come together. Let's work together. And most of all, let's hear each other out without the boogeyman headlines and with open minds and hearts. After all, if our kids are asked to do this, shouldn't we be able to as well? Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kevin McKenna, and I live in Syosset. I don't know if you remember me. I came here maybe a couple board meetings ago. When I was here before, I was broadcasting your meeting on Town of Oyster Bay News, which is a widely followed Facebook page. And it's grown so much that it is now called Nassau County NY News. And you might be saying, well, why'd you come back? Well, when I was here the last time, the first time ever coming to the meeting, I was, as I told you, I was impressed with the way that you interacted as a board. I attend many different town board meetings and school board meetings. And after I left the meeting that night, I had live streamed the meeting and I had complimented you all. And I took incoming after that. I have 16,000 followers on my page. Now it's actually, I think, 18,000. And I took incoming about the fact that everything that you said that night was rehearsed before the meeting. You know, people, I mean, you're going to have that. You're going to have people who feel different ways and so on and so forth. But what I want to say now, and what I'm really shocked at, is that you're the only meeting here that does not limit people to time. And there's a few, I want to make this short because I'm used to.
I was going to say, don't test us.
I am used to going to meetings where you can feel that the board members or the superintendent or the president, that they can't wait for the time to run out because they just don't want to hear you. And that's not the case here. And I guess what I want to focus on in light of time is the dialogue that I think it's Miss Russo. Is it Russo? I'm all about freedom of speech. I've actually I've been arrested going to a school board meeting. I'm not going to mention the school board, but it's here in Nassau County. And what's interesting is that same school board, they had me. I'm not going to get into that, but that school actually has the most open dialogue. It's actually where you know how you have people come up to here right now, I speak. That school, it's a wealthy school district. It's actually one of the top school districts on Long Island, where the residents speak from their seat. Like, it's almost like you're in your living room. And, you know, and there is back and forth dialogue, which in my opinion, there should be. Because as you said, Mr. Ludmar, earlier, and I compliment you for saying that, because you're the only president or any school board member that I actually heard say that it's their money. Okay? You actually said that, and you complimented a few other things about most school boards don't do that. So the people here that are unhappy or whatever, I got to tell you that this place is one of the best that it gets on Long Island. But I don't agree with some things, and it has to do with what happened before. And I'm not trying to. Ms. Russo said before that she doesn't want to have people feel that you're hiding something from the public. As I said, I go to a lot of meetings. I know a lot of other activists like me. And when you don't answer questions, you fuel people like me and others. You fuel us because you make us feel that you're hiding something and that there's corruption taking place. That's the way that people like us feel. And you said something before that I didn't think about when you were explaining the reason why that you don't want to have somebody from the public put a trustee on the spot about something that they might not know about. And that's a great point. But when a resident comes up here, the people who are paying, I don't even know if you make money.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's the attorney speaking. Okay. Absolutely not.
Okay. So, you know, you're saying, you said before that you're sensitive to that you don't want to do anything wrong because it's their money or our money. Now, think about, you're in this situation because of New York State open meetings law. The way that open meetings law has been created has kind of like set a precedent, but you have an ability to change that. You call on item number 15 here, you call it comments from the public, but you contradict yourselves because on the next page, you call it, you say the board encourages public participation. The biggest problem that we have in this world right now, especially why people are so frustrated with political parties, is because everything seems to be hidden, right? So you're calling it public participation. You say that you want to allow for public participation, and then at the end, you actually say here, and I just want to preface this, and I'm gonna end this. My biggest frustration, and it's not here, it's one of the towns that I go to, where the supervisor and the board, they don't even know their own rules. So I'm going to point out a rule that you have right here that you violated before. It says right here that the president, okay, I'm going to read the whole thing because I don't want to make you think I'm trying to, persons making, now in here you're calling it, it's public comment, it's public participation, but here you're saying it's a presentation. That persons making presentations at a board meeting will address the remarks to the president. So I'm paying for this school, but I have to only talk to you, okay? Which I don't mind doing, but it says here, will only address remarks to the president and may direct questions or comments to the board members. So what that gentleman did before is perfectly allowed, And it says right here, as he said before, and I didn't prepare this with him, I don't know him. It says right here that you're able to rule on whether or not his question is appropriate to Miss Russo. And what really frustrates the hell out of me is that you did it tonight and these other places do it more than you do, that you spend more time arguing with somebody here that asks a common sense question where if it was just answered yes or no, it would be over with. You know, so that's all I have to say. My name is Kevin McKenna, and I will not be silenced.
Thank you. Please.
Mike Conklin, resident of Greenvale. Board, I have to say this is the best Board of Ed meeting I've ever been to. It is the most entertaining, the most informative. Mr. McKenna, Paul, everybody else, I've been to quite a few, and this has been one of the best attended and the best to listen to. It really has. There are lots of things that are a little crazy. I find it really unusual when someone comes up to ask a question that they already know the answer to. That's strange to me. But it is entertaining. And Mr. McKenna, I appreciate everything you said here. I mean, nobody here is perfect. And they answer to us. And you know what? We put them there with no salaries. And I cannot thank all of you enough for what you do. Thank you very much.
Mike, I'm actually losing money. Attorneys we charge by the hour. Every hour I'm here, it's an hour I'm not billing, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Other public comments. Mike, you're on a roll tonight. You want to go for 3? Okay. I think at this point I will close public comment. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to say it's the most entertaining meeting I've ever been to, but it is great to have people come to the podium, say what they think. I like repeat voices. Paul, I do like when you come here and tell us what you think, but I also do very much like hearing from new voices, people I haven't heard from before. We want people to be encouraged to speak here, share what they're thinking, because as many voices have said, we are one community. We're all part of this. So thank you for being here. That said, we are going to pivot back to our regular meeting to number 17. This is the adoption of policies that we had a reading on. We had a discussion and then a reading on. So is there a motion on 17 action policy adoption?
Motion.
Thank you. I heard some seconds as well. Any questions or comments on these? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Action 18, acceptance of donations from the North Shore High School class of 2024 from Trek Bicycle to North Shore for what looks like a really cool project. Is a physics experiments with a bicycle? I think that's pretty neat. And acceptance of the Glen Head PTO to the Glen Head Elementary School, who are also a very cool banner. Is there a motion on A, B, and C?
Motion.
And a second? Any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you to these
Yes.
donations. It does sound very, very cool. Maybe we can get a board presentation of the physics experiment on the bicycle at some point.
take a look at the price of the bike too.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a
Yeah.
it is a substantial donation. It really
Very,
is.
very cool. Very
Yes.
grateful.
We appreciate
and,
it very much, and we'll put it to good use.
And we're going to be in the market for a new bicycle, so maybe we'll check out that.
Well, we don't want to. We accept a donation without like full on advertising for them. Just don't name them. But we are very grateful. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of accepting these donations?
Aye.
Aye. Action 19, approval of 2 contracts with LICAD and Nassau BOCES for summer school. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second as well. Questions or comments?
I just want to, we had some backup that the public doesn't have about the BLICAD and that it's a grant and what the program entails. And I would just like Dr. Zubionis to inform the public on that. I think they would be interested.
Great.
Thank you for the grant from the New York State Office of Addiction Support Services, OASIS. We were able to support this student assistance program from LICAD, which will in part help us to present on things like fentanyl and other things that we've talked about. And we're actually going to work with LICAD to empower kids to help with some of those presentations, which is a bigger concept that we've talked about in Teaching and Learning Committee, about having our older students involved more with our younger students. From there, it's kind of a blanket agreement with LICAD, so we will work with Mr. Doherty and social workers and the principals to design more services.
Thank you very much, because the question has come up about what programs we do. So I think it's important that the community knows that we take their concerns seriously.
Absolutely. The questions or comments?
Just a quick PS on that I think that we heard about that at the CASA event also recently in Fentanyl. There was a representative there from LICAD, who I think is the person who will be our main guy.
Adam Birkenstock.
Right.
Yep.
And he was excellent. And it was, just a plug for the CASA events. It's another way to find out those kinds of answers to those kinds of questions.
And Adam knows our schools. He's presented on vaping in the past before the pandemic, and he's worked with the counseling department several times.
Great. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Aye. Action 20, approval of health services agreements. 4 of them. Is there a motion
Motion.
and a second? Comments?
Yes,
Discussion?
please.
You got it. Go
The
for it.
White Plains contract I had emailed earlier looks radically different than what our contracts usually look like, and seem to be missing a number of key clauses around privacy and other issues.
Yeah, we sent it over to council to look at because this is from White Plains. I think their setup is very different. When we got it, we asked, is this all? And they said yes. But we have to, it's their contract, not our contract.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to find out from our council whether it protects us completely. That's what we did. We sent it to.
And based on the question we asked today, they indicated that it does. We did consult with them today, and they took a second look.
That's fine.
I have one thing. I meant to point this out earlier on the South Huntington one. It said North Shore Central School District at Glen Head. I just wasn't sure if that was on the actual contract.
On the actual contract?
Yeah, the first paragraph.
Okay. I have to take a look at that. I don't think that's substantive, given that we have a school in Glen Head, and it might even involve a kid at Glen Head.
Okay.
Okay.
It has the right address on it.
That's what
We'll take care of it,
I
yeah.
figured it wasn't a big deal, but
Okay.
I just wanted to point it out.
No one knows where we are.
Keep it that way.
Any other questions on these? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 21, the approval of a cooperative transportation resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And a second? Thank you, Lisa. Comments, questions?
I love all cooperative bidding, for the record.
Noted. It's a specific minutes request, Betty. You'll see how you handle that one. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Number 22, approval of a stipulation agreement with Bauman, the bankrupt Bauman Bus Company. Is there a motion?
Motion.
And I heard a second from Rich. Comments or questions?
Feel good about our settlement with the bankruptcy attorney.
Yeah, I feel good that we're moving on from this.
And it's
At a reduced rate.
That's what I was just
Yeah,
gonna say.
no,
Took
we
the
are-
words
we
out
are
of my mouth.
settling-
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
we are settling
Very reduced.
and avoiding a lot of litigation that's costly because of the cost,
Yes.
the very appropriate cost of attorneys, and I know they earn their money, but
Every day.
yes, but it is expensive, and
Bless 'em.
an opportunity to settle a claim as opposed to litigate a claim can save us some money.
Which
and
is
this does.
always in your best interest.
Yes, and
Just
it's nice
saying.
to close the book on something like this. Any questions or comments? We will take the vote. All in favor of this agreement?
Aye.
Action 23, approval of the IEPs for special ed services. Is there a motion
Motion.
and a second?
Second.
Thank you. Comments, questions?
I did have
Yeah, Lisa.
a comment. So in this month's IEPs, there were a few ineligibles, and that just made me wonder. I'm sure we're seeing more referrals at this point because of COVID. I'm not surprised that we're getting more referrals, but I would love to request data about our percentage of ineligible children who are going out for an IEP and then are denied that. I guess I'm just curious, has the number increased? If so, do we need to look at that? How do we accommodate those children? If they're not getting the IEP, then, are they getting other services? I'm sure they are, but I just wanted to make sure that we're looking at it.
Thanks. And Trustee Colesiopo was nice enough to send that question to me ahead of time, and I was able to check in with Chris. That and another question. He said he will follow up on that. And he says in hindsight, it wasn't even necessary for him to send the ineligible, but we can certainly do the data collection.
Okay,
But
great.
I just want to add one thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing for someone to be ineligible for an IEP. You only want an IEP if it's necessary. So of course, if we're making referrals, not all of them are going to meet the threshold for that, and that can be a great thing too.
But it would be, and a way for the board to judge that is if there were strange swings in the percent of kids considered ineligible, sort of, right, long term.
Well, it might speak to the number of how we're identifying, right?
Mhm.
So you could argue
Either
assessing
way.
like assessing a large group
Mhm.
is actually good. It's what we should be doing, because then we're really going to try to catch everyone who actually needs it. Versus if you have low ineligibles, you might only be testing the people who are struggling the most, right?
Mhm.
And then you're missing a lot of people. So they're different ways to think about it.
Right, and there's also like change in services, right? So if your plan is working,
That's
then
declassifying. That
But-
would be like you declass. That would be listed as declassification.
But there was someone here where they were revisiting the IEP and they changed the IEP. It wasn't ineligible, but they changed the IEP.
Right. She's talking about the ineligible.
Oh, but the
Yeah.
just the ineligible.
I mean, declassifying rates is important too, right? Like when you look at the state's special education data pages.
It's called data
that's-
mining,
Right.
and you look at data and you see if there's anything interesting there. And you can't do that unless we collect the data, and both ineligible and declassifying would be really important and useful data. I'll talk to Chris.
But to Lisa's point, it's not a smooth. It was a. I should have called it. It was either a jump or a cliff, depending how you want. I noticed that too, and so it's so
Right.
that, like you said, let's find out why. It could mean a lot of things, but it's a great question.
Thank you. And I did not expect the answer today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the IEPs? All right, thank you, Lisa. All in favor of their approval? Aye. Okay, we have board committee reports. Obviously, we want those reports to be solid, but we also want to keep them brisk. So I would invite folks. Somehow my pen, oddly enough, it clipped on one end, athletic policy from March of 21 to now it's March of 22. So I'm right open here.
Do you want me to do wellness?
Yeah.
I'm known for my speed with my committee meeting. So we discussed the Tri-State Consortium, and they visited. We picked two areas: equity and a shared vision. From that, Dr. Z came up with
coming up with goals for this sort of new North Shore journey, looking at engagement in 4 areas. Engagement as meaningful learning and academic growth in the classroom, engagement as participation of interest-based electives and extracurricular activities, engagement as positive relationships and belonging, and then wellness and well-being. And then as a group, we sort of brainstorm different specific bullet points that would fall in each of those categories. We also talked a little bit about this Excel program that that existed in Herrick's that Dan Doherty is trying to implement here at North Shore. And it's a very interesting idea. It's basically the equivalent of a general education resource room in the high school. One period in a day where students come and they have a teacher from all 4 core areas to help them assist in their work. So this would really be serving students who are struggling in school, who don't have an IEP, right? And are not part of special education. So we're going to try to pilot it this year. And we talked about some different options for parent universities. And I'm done.
Chris, I love your write-up about the Excel program in our backup. And without going into too much detail, the idea of focusing on every one of our 2,600 students is embodied by that program. So
it's
thank you.
a great idea.
Sarah, or Lisa? Or
I was going to say that.
Okay,
I wanted
sorry.
to just reiterate the importance of the Excel program, especially given the public comment that we're only focusing on the top few percent. I mean, this is, these children will be motivated to go to this class. They will, we spoke about all the different ways that they have to contribute, the teachers will contribute, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Rich? Next.
Sure. I'll do safety committee. We had a safety committee meeting on March 16th, and the prime focus of the meeting was to discuss the procedure involved in putting forth the district-wide safety plan for 2022-23. So the draft plan has very few changes from this past year's plan, mainly just name changes and some grammatical things, but really not a heck of a lot. The draft plan is made available to the members of the committee. The committee was charged with reviewing the text of the proposed plan, make note of any additions, deletions, edits that might be relevant, and bring those up at the April meeting. After that point in time, the document will be edited. It'll be reviewed again in May. The board hearing is planned for the reorganization meeting in July. And with the potential of a vote by the Board of Education in early September, the plan has to be submitted to the state by October 1st. So that's all, lined up right now. It seems to be fine. In terms of other things, training on the specific training on bomb threats, both phone threats, email threats, etc. And it took place for members in each of the buildings, so they went through that, and they seemed to feel that was a worthwhile, endeavor. In terms of training and drills, district-wide training for employees is basically finished. There's still a few loose ends to be tied up, but by and large, that's been taken care of. We are still on target in terms of the required drills that we need to have, and the anticipation is we will be able to complete them all before year's end. Another issue that was brought up is now that the weather hopefully is improving, outdoor education is going to be reinvigorated, and we're going to start putting up some of the tents that haven't been up because due to weather conditions. So we're going to start to make use of some of the resources that we have and get that up and running once again. Additional funding for other outdoor education pieces will likely come from some of the money that was originally budgeted for 21st Century Classroom, because some of those issues are not going to be dealt with. There was some discussion in terms of traffic. There were a couple of specific sites near the Glenwood Landing School that a few of the parents on the committee have been very active in terms of speaking to people in Nassau County and the town, and it seems that there's some resolution as far as they were concerned. So a few of the sites, the recommendation was to take them off the minutes because they seem to feel that suitable resolution has been arrived at. In terms of ventilation in the classrooms, monitoring continues. Things seem to be on track. Teachers are still using the HEPA filters. They are opening windows appropriately in the room, and hopefully with the better weather, we'll be able to have even better airflow in the classrooms. And I think that's about it. The next meeting is scheduled for April 13th. It's at 9 a.m. and if anybody's interested, it's a video meeting, so anybody in the community is welcome to join in. So if anybody's interested, they can contact John Hall and he can send them a link.
Thanks, Rich.
I have a question. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place and maybe I missed it, but I do remember Trustee Jones bringing up tornadoes and having a plan for that. Would that be discussed?
They have, my understanding is they did look at that and that has been discussed. I don't know about specific training for it, but it has been discussed. And again, I don't know if it's been done formally or not.
Since it's something we never had to worry about before.
But yes, John Aaron said, I think he said over the summer that they found time to make sure they spoke with each building principal about, what we're
The
talking
process. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Rich.
My
Maria, you
turn?
have one?
Yep. I've got two, although maybe it's 1.25. One of mine was policy, which I think we've pretty much covered. So in the interest of time,
Thank you.
policy happened and it's continuing. My other one is also almost all covered. LAC, basically going to remind everybody of our event one more time with Lisa, working incredibly hard on that. Glad you're still here. I have copies of this for every one of the 10 of us, if anybody would like an extra.
It was in the mail today.
It was not in my mailbox, so I'm kind of wondering.
I borrowed yours.
It wasn't in mine either, but I'm on the other side of the highway. We always get our mail a day later.
Well, that's not my excuse. I don't know. I got to talk to my postal carrier. But anyway,
Yeah.
I
I'm
did.
a Glenwood Landing PO boxer, so
Okay.
we have our own
All right, so
situation.
I'm definitely handing one to Marianne and one to Dave tonight. But I did want to remind the board, in particular, the Legislative Action Committee implores you to submit your questions as well. We want to be sure that the board concerns are represented. And I wanted to mention that one of the potential topics that will certainly be on that agenda, but isn't bulleted here, will be electric buses. I think it's a prime opportunity myself. I intend to submit a question about it since it is a question before our community and something that we have a perfect opportunity to talk to the right people about. So, yes.
Did we invite Nassau County Executive Blakeman? It's a question that came up.
We did not. We did not. Yes. Well, I think so.
Yeah, I think we actually did in the very beginning. Maybe I kind of thought we had Not recently, but someone asked the question. That's the reason why I'm asking. I had no idea what the answer was, whether we did or we didn't, or whether there was a conflict. Because I know when Congressman Swazi was in the U.S. Congress, we did ask him because I asked him. Community? Yeah. No, I'm asking a question that was posed by a community member that I didn't know the answer to, and it's food for thought for future
Yeah.
legislative nights. You know,
Yeah.
do we want to invite the county executive? Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, maybe they'd send someone. You don't know. Just a thought.
Thanks, Marianne. Yeah.
Good. I'm going to get my question in. I'm going to, or maybe two. Before we let them. I guess we're going in line, so I will briefly discuss athletics policy, which met a couple weeks ago. Don mentioned the great participation numbers of our student body, the nine conference titles that we had won. He talked about opening up the 2 bleachers in the gymnasium for those games and thinking, oh, this will be a good way to spread people out. It was standing room only for those. Now, granted, our teams had huge success, but the kids showed up. We had a blackout game, which I was the only person who didn't seem to get the memo, but everyone else was wearing black and their Viking stuff, and it was great school spirit. The kids were really into it, and our players just thrived off of it. So that was great. We talked about some projects going on that are relevant to the athletic community, such as the foul ball netting project, which is up and running, and the posts have been dug, and hopefully they're going to become vertical, though I hear the rain making our fields mushy right now. The middle school softball field will get through this season and then will be torn up starting in the summer or as soon as the season ends, and hopefully that will give it time to be fixed, be resodded, and I'm not looking at John Hall in the eye, but we'll see for next season. We'll see. We talked about contingency plans about what happens if the budget doesn't pass, which is a particular concern to the athletic community because I know Tom will talk about this more throughout the budget process, but those are the kind of discretionary, even though we know how vital it is for those kids, but those are the kind of expenses that, as Marianne pointed out, can be on the contingency chopping block if we have to go there. Don also addressed, Don Lang, our head of athletics, also talked about an article in the school paper that actually had appeared earlier in the year about uniforms and uniform replenishment, although Tom touched on that earlier tonight. And a student, Kate Gilliam, mentioned, which I thought was very important, to, as much as possible, get student input on those uniform decisions. Again, my daughter's a 3-sport athlete, so I see some of these uniforms, and yeah, some of them are brand new and still maybe could use some student input. Put it that way.
Wait, why do you?
Just that there may be, Coach Levy was there and spoke very clearly about why he buys a certain uniform, and it's because they don't time out if you buy the more expensive brands. They build in a lifespan to them, which means you have 4 years, and then they deliberately change the pattern so you can't get them again. So he works with companies that have been using the same uniform for a very long time, and that doesn't always have our athletes looking as fresh and polished as some of the people that they're playing with. But it's more cost effective and creates this uniformity. So if he has a player who's 6 feet tall, he can just buy one, doesn't have to buy a whole new set if he doesn't have one that maybe fits her. And that's pretty much my report.
Construction steering.
Construction steering.
Okay. We met on March 15th. We talked about the energy performance contract. There is a meeting every Friday. I'm looking at John. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. And materials have begun to be ordered. There have been walkthroughs with PSE&G for rebates. And those meetings are ongoing. They're expecting 2 or 3 total walkthroughs. All of the projects in the bonds are being reviewed so we can seek incentives for any of those projects that are eligible. And we are considering a condensing boiler for the high school for this time of year, which is more efficient. We talked about balancing and testing, although Rich touched upon it a little bit, so I won't read all my 6 bullets. We have been making repairs to individual units that will accept repairs. Some of them, are repairable. All are on and running, and windows are open to increase ventilation, and CO2 checks are being completed. Once funding is in place, the ventilators that need replacing will be replaced. And phase 2 would be to replace the oldest units. Right now, the oldest ones are from 2004. And John mentioned that when he first started here, I think the oldest one's from like 1950 something, right? And unfortunately, we don't have the funds for large scale HEPA units for our large spaces at this time. So that's not something that's happening. We talked about the generator in the high school. We're looking at 2 options. One is a full backup unit that will cover the whole building, and one is just a larger unit than we currently have now that will just give us more coverage. And we're waiting for the gas company to give us an answer about whether the gas line in the street is appropriately loaded and adequate. And Tom talked a little bit about phase 1 and what's been completed. I won't repeat that. Seacliff is finishing their punch list. The middle school foundation is almost complete. Steel columns, I think, have been up and erected. Phase 2, we had to reduce the scope of the work because after getting the bids, we were $4 million over. So we had to remove the administration, building work, the press box, reduce work at the high school, remove the locker rooms and the administrative office wing. So we're moving forward with the elementary work, which is the libraries, the steam rooms, bathroom renovations, Glen Head nurse's office. But we are beginning to get bids now for the reduced scope of the high school work. And this August, the middle school large work should be done. We talked about the high school field and the sound and noise complaint. Because of the sound and noise complaints, we're awaiting results from the acoustical engineers. Electronic sign, we're awaiting the final report of our best options there. And gym locks, we talked about waiting for a proposal to replace and correct the gym locks.
We have bid out the projects again. You said we're getting the bids in now. Did we sent out the bid? We rebid it.
We opened bids today.
You opened them, or did you?
We opened the bids today.
Okay, so they're in.
Yeah, in.
All right. Hopefully, we'll get some good news.
I think so. Close.
Olivia's always kind of smiling. More toward the end of the meeting than the beginning. Well, I'm excited to hear that.
Can I ask Lisa a real quick question on you said something about something at the middle school being completed in August or expected completion? It was one of the last few things you said. I just kind of.
Yeah, the large work should be done by August, right? Did I miss? Okay.
Yeah. The middle school project was done in 2 phases.
Yes, right.
We started it last year, but it was too big to complete in one summer.
Right.
So it's continuing into this summer, and the plan is that it will be completed this summer.
Great.
Let's see.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other committee reports. Yes, thank you. Is that all we covered our committees?
I forgot one very
Sure.
brief thing that our committee had asked me to just mention that the Legislative Action Committee is we in our last meeting discussed their concern over the unknown and apparently upcoming LIPA settlement with the new county executive talking to LIPA according to Newsday. So we're just, the committee is standing by, waiting for any further instruction that the board might want to give it.
A lot of standing by. We also have the article in Newsday, and we will see what develops.
Right.
We'll see what develops. Other committee reports.
Dave does not do his work justice. Dave and I have been actively involved in monitoring this and working with our attorney, and we're waiting word. And I think I updated the board as recently as 8:30 last night. We're all waiting, and for Dave to imply that he's sitting around waiting does not do justice. I don't know, honestly, I don't know how Dave gets all the work done at work that he gets done. The interruptions are so many. And did we mention he doesn't get paid? Did we mention that?
I mean, this is the LIPA situation is one that this board and this community has been aware of, is I don't want to compare it to COVID in terms of the giantness of it, but it is a huge thing for our community. And it does appear, based on that article, that things are starting to be close to coming into some kind of picture. So we have been doing everything we can to try to get that picture, but we don't have any of it yet. So when we do, it's there's litigation aspect of it. So the board will consult with our attorneys and find out what that is, and we'll certainly, as soon as we can, communicate whatever we know to the community. Although I should just say it's likely that the papers will probably be reporting it as fast as we do, is my guess. So that's that. Thank you, Tom, for those words. We spent a lot of time together these past couple weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's spending time with you. Yeah, Molly's exactly. Okay. Any other committee reports? Thank you, everyone, for your work. Is there any old business?
Old business?
Please. Oh, yep. And then.
So, Chris, I may have missed it in the emails, but we had talked about, and I know we've spoken about it, the committees sending out more emails to encourage more community members to join the various learning committees that you have, the curriculum committees, the equity for all learners, those committees that you chair.
So I have had a few people contact me actually. New members attended our last meeting. We had an Equity for All Learners meeting last night and a Teaching and Learning Committee meeting the night before. But we can always do, an additional blast.
Yeah, I do know some people did contact you because they told me based upon the board meetings. Not everyone finds our board meetings entertaining, Mike. So not everyone listens. So if we could just send out a follow-up email, maybe we can get people on now and they would be interested in continuing in the fall.
Yeah, and I think they've been really great conversations, and I really feel like people are coming together around common themes and common works. It's been great, and it's becoming, I think, a very open forum, like people were saying, to speak and to have a great civil discourse. So
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for the good work.
We did send an email. An email went out in the fall, right, about all the committees. So it's not that we haven't, but that we could do it again.
Yeah, no. My thought
marketing.
was there's been a lot of conversation about what's going on. And we had the discussion that I think if more people were involved in these various committees, it might dispel some misinformation. That was the goal.
And we also talked about, in addition to that, having more parent universities this spring,
Yes.
I think to get towards that same goal. And we talked about that in the Teaching and Learning Committee on specific topics like STAR scores and how to interpret them and other data and what that all means to things like our wellness efforts and also curriculum, which is a biggie.
It's a big dialogue in the community.
Thank you. Maria?
I have a quick one, but I must do a PS on that to say that the 3 years I spent on teaching and learning under Dr. Z was some of the most fun. I mean, it was just so fascinating. It was so wonderful to be part of those discussions, to really, dig into curriculum issues, educational policy. And I urge people to consider it. It's a really great, and my great regret that I haven't found the time to continue on it, but I'll be back. My old business is just a question about we voted some weeks ago on the regretted retirement of Miss Shea. We approved that, and I was wondering where we were in status of finding a replacement for the art teacher in the middle school.
Good timing, because I think it was just last week that Chris and I interviewed 2 finalists. This week we debriefed with Dahlia Rodriguez, who's involved in that. We've identified a candidate, and we'll be reaching out to them. And I believe it will be on the next agenda.
Great. Thank you.
Other old business? New business? Motion to adjourn. I hear more than one. All in favor. Let's go. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming.